Warrior Lore. Chapter 4790. The battle lasted for hundreds of years. Both sides had suffered great losses. The enormous Tianwu world had already fallen by about a third under the constant siege of the celestial and demon races. Luo Qishui and the others had no time to cultivate. They had to participate in every battle and were mentally exhausted. Jono's ancient forest had been battered into pieces, and its combat power had been greatly reduced. The mother nest and the underground black ants had also suffered great losses. However, the celestial and demon races had suffered even greater losses. The total number of people who had died in battle had exceeded 20 million, and it was still increasing. Among them, the number of half-holy venerables who had died in battle had reached 10. During this time, they had fought their way into a city. However, they had to retreat again and again in the face of the attacks of the powerful cultivators in the city. From the looks of it, the Tianwu world was bound to fall. It was only a matter of time. Outside the Tianwu world, many holy venerables from the two races had gathered. If all of them attacked together, they could destroy Zichen's world in an instant. However, they did not. Instead, they stood guard outside and did not launch any attacks. Even if they knew that with each passing day, countless gods and devils would die in battle. Old Man Gu met with the devil race again to discuss the future attack plan. They tentatively decided that they would attack Zichen's world in a month's time. To them, who had endless lives, a month was too fast. When the appointed time arrived, more than 10 holy venerables led a team to attack Zichen's Tianwu world. During this time, an ancient holy venerable followed them. In this battle, Cheng Ho and Ning Hua fought. While repelling the demon race, they also killed a holy venerable. The remaining holy venerable returned with injuries. The next day, another 10 holy venerables entered the battlefield. The Tianwu world sent out another 2 ancient holy venerables. This was because the Tianwu world only had more ancient holy venerables. Battle after battle, it seemed like a probing battle, but it also seemed like a decisive battle. Many people died every day. After a month of battle, more than half of Zichen's Tianwu world had fallen. Jono's ancient tree was no longer a threat to the two races. Thus, one place after another was vacated for the celestials and demons to set up camp. Mo Ijan, who was one step away from the holy venerate realm, was forcefully awakened from her closed-door cultivation. Not only him, but also Mo Di and Mo Yin. When the three gathered together and saw that Mo Zhengtian had already become a holy venerate, they quickly congratulated him. At the same time, the three of them felt a bit regretful because they were going to die soon. If they didn't come out now, everything would be better. There's no need to feel dejected. I called you out earlier because I didn't want you to miss the final moment. Mo Zhengtian smiled faintly. It seemed that after becoming a saint venerate, not only had his temperament changed, even his nature had changed. Oh! Mo Yi's heart trembled. It's time for the final battle? More or less. Right now, the forces gathered outside are enough to destroy Zichen's world. It doesn't matter if there are a few more of you. But if you miss this battle, you will regret it for life. Mo Zhengtian said. Because this signifies the end of an era, the three of them immediately became excited. This was indeed a rare scene. Under Mo Zhengtian's lead, Mo Yi and the other two flew in the direction of Tianwu world. Before they even got close, the three of them already felt a strong oppressive aura. There were many holy venerates from both the god race and demon race. Even if they deliberately restrained their auras, the invisible pressure still made the three of them feel oppressed. With Mo Zhengtian's arrival, many people nodded at him. Let's go. I'll bring you directly to Zichen's world. Mo Zhengtian didn't stay there for long. Mo Yi looked around. She realized that the troops that had arrived were neat and orderly. They should be ready for battle. We already have a stronghold in Zichen's world? Mo Di asked curiously. We've already conquered many territories. Next, we'll start the final battle with those territories. When they arrived outside Zichen's world, they didn't encounter any form of obstruction. Where's Zichen? He hasn't broken through yet? Mo Yi asked with a trembling voice. No, he hasn't appeared in a long time. It's said that he's cultivating with all his might. He's lucky. Last time, I heard the ancient holy venerates say that if it weren't for the sudden change in the world's favor, Zichun probably wouldn't have had the chance to break through. Mo Zhengtian smiled indifferently. He finally had something faster than Zichun. Why? What do you mean, why? Mo Zhengtian looked at Mo Yi. If it's just to attack Zichun's world, I believe that the god race and demon race can do it. Why wait until now to attack? They're even deliberately giving Zichun time to grow. In truth, as long as one wasn't mentally ill, one could see this problem. However, no one knew the real reason. If they really wanted Zichun dead, they would have conquered the Tianwu continent 100 years ago. But they didn't. In the past 100 years, the two races had lost many people because of this. I'm also not sure. But this time, the ancient holy venerates of the god race and demon race have all come here. Perhaps they want to completely destroy the spirit race here. After all, the majority of the spirit race's ancient holy venerates are here. With Mo Zhengtian's status, he didn't have the qualifications to know the true secrets. After entering Zichun's world, Mo Yi saw stronghold after stronghold. Back then, Zichun's world had been said to be unbreakable. Now, most of it was empty. However, the ancient trees between the cities were still connected. They looked very imposing. However, in front of absolute power, tearing apart these defenses was just a matter of time. In any case, with just a glance, Mo Yi knew that Zichun was in danger. Even if he became a holy venerate, he might not be able to break through. A few days later, the main attack began. The god race and demon race's armies pressed forward. In a short time, they destroyed all the ancient trees that connected the cities of Zichun's world. Then, under the lead of many holy venerates, they began to advance into those cities. However, they encountered stubborn resistance and were forced to retreat. After this repeated 5 or 6 times, there were very few ancient trees in Zichun's world. As far as the eye could see, there were only isolated cities of trees. Furthermore, those tree cities were in imminent danger. It seemed like they could be broken through at any moment. Zichun's world had reached its final moments. If Zichun still couldn't break through, the Tianwu continent would fall. In the treehouse, Zichun opened his eyes. He stood up and looked outside the treehouse. He had gained a new comprehension of heaven and earth. At the same time, he gained a new understanding of the spirit race's laws. It was like a kind of enlightenment, but also like success had come naturally. He extended his hand, and a holy venerate's aura appeared. Chapter 4791. When the situation in the Tianwu world was at its most critical, Zichun broke through and became a holy venerate. There was no epiphany that broke through the bottleneck, and there was no clarity that cleared the fog. There was only a calm and leisurely breakthrough. The first strand of holy venerate power appeared in Zichun's palm. Looking at this power that he had yearned for even in his dreams, Zichun did not have the excited expression that he had imagined. His expression was calm, and there were no ripples in his heart. The holy venerate power belonged to a higher level of power, and it was also the most powerful power in this world. Zichun felt the treehouse tremble slightly as if it could not withstand this pressure. Buzz. Zichun dispersed this power. In his body, the original Holy Spirit power was transforming into the Holy Venerate power. The power of heaven and earth surged in from all directions and entered Zichun's body. Zichun broke through, and a strange phenomenon appeared in the Tianwu world. The suppressed precepts of heaven and earth suddenly became very active. Vortexes appeared in the sky one after another. The energy from the void was swallowed by the vortexes and surged wildly toward the Tianwu world. After this energy appeared, it was broken down into pure power by the precepts. It was like a rain of precepts that fell from the sky. It was vast and mighty, irrigating every blade of grass, every tree, and every flower. It nourished everything in the world. All living beings that were compatible with the spirit tribe's precepts enjoyed great benefits at this moment. It was like a withered crop that had been irrigated by the timely rain. The half-holy venerates who were covered in the rain all had great gains. The threshold of holy venerate that they could not cross no matter what seemed to have become very short at this moment. It was right in front of them. They could reach it with just a lift of their feet. They were very excited. They all sat on the ground and broke through. They stood up and became holy venerates. As for the battle, it stopped when the strange phenomenon appeared. All the gods and demons who did not understand retreated out of the city. They retreated far away from the city. When they saw their enemies break through to wholly venerate one after another, they were very shocked. The precepts of precepts covered the world densely, irrigating all living beings. Many plants grew rapidly like bamboo shoots after the rain. Then, they turned into towering trees, full of green. Ancient trees began to grow in the areas that had been cleared away by the gods and devils. The black ants and mother nest creatures that had been hiding underground emerged one after another, greedily absorbing the energy rain. In this rare rain of light, their auras skyrocketed. This was a rare gift. It was a gift from the great Tao. All the creatures of the Tianwu world were blessed by the heavens and earth under this rain of light, and they reaped great benefits. This was for the living beings of the Ling race. For the gods and demons that had come here, this rain of rain was of no benefit at all. The falling rain of laws could not be blocked by energy barriers at all. Once it landed on the body, not only would it not provide any benefits, it would also make one feel as if they were sinking into a quagmire, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. This was the rejection of the great Tao. At the very least, at this moment, in this place, the great Tao of the Saint Spirit realm still favored the Ling clan. Moreover, this kind of scene of watching others break through made them feel even more uncomfortable in their hearts. The high morale from before had long disappeared. While they were shocked, their hearts were also filled with doubts. Why would such a situation occur? Mo, who had been drenched by the rain of light, trembled. He also felt uncomfortable. He looked at the strange scene around him and guessed the reason. He said in surprise, "Such a big commotion. Is Zichun breaking through?" Mo Zhengtian nodded. His expression became extremely solemn. Before the strange phenomenon appeared, as a holy venerate, he had already felt a powerful aura in this world. That aura made him tremble. Before he had even fought with that aura, he knew that he was no match for it. Zichun breaking through to become a holy venerate was not as simple as having another holy venerate in the Tianwu world. Because of his breakthrough, the situation in the Tianwu world would change greatly. At the very least, one of the big effects that could be seen was that all the half-step holy venerates had taken that half-step. Mod and Mo Yin Danzwa were stunned. He broke through just like that? Wasn't it too fast? As the two looked at the scene before them, their hearts were filled with envy. Unfortunately, they were of the demon race. If they were of the spirit race, they might have been able to use this law rain to break through. Underground, the huge broodmother nest stayed in a space by itself. Many clumps of light were placed in front of it. These clumps of light were the size of small mountains. These were demonic beast cores. However, they had been diluted many times, so they were very large. The rain of light in the sky had been forcefully transported into this space through the laws. The moment the broodmother nest was bathed in the rain of light, it started to gobble up those diluted clumps of light, one at a time. Given the broodmother nest's current cultivation, it did not dare to gobble up the demonic beast cores. Not only would that be useless, but the energy would also be too terrifying and cause the broodmother nest to explode. After the diluted clumps of light, it was different. The energy of the demonic beast cores was continuously diluted, making it a true fortuitous encounter. Mixed with the rain of light, the broodmother nest gobbled up the diluted demonic beast cores. Its aura started to soar. Finally, it took that incredible step. The aura of a holy venerate surged in this space. The broodmother nest let out an excited roar. Perhaps it had become the first holy venerate level broodmother nest in history. The same scene was happening to the Ant Queen and the ancient Tree King Jono. This was an opportunity that Zichun had prepared for them a long time ago, but he was not sure if it would help them break through. Now, it seemed like it had succeeded. It was this pure rain of light that had greatly increased their refining speed. They only needed to absorb it to become their own power. Of course, the Great Path's blessing was also the main reason. The 9-star holy spirits who stayed in this city also had similar diluted demonic beasts around them. However, they did not have as many as the broodmother nest. Even so, they broke through one after another with the help of this rain of light. For the Tianwu world, this was a year of breakthroughs. It was also a time of harvest. In the blink of an eye, the aura of a holy venerate surged in the Tianwu world. The world laws absorbed more power from the void to replenish this world. People were breaking through. When the Tianwu world was decomposing the power of the void, its grade was also increasing. Outside the Tianwu world, the void became very chaotic. The restriction that they had set up to prevent Zichun from leaving using the spirit core began to tremble violently. It seemed like it could break at any time. The holy venerates of the god and demon races watched this scene. Their expressions all changed. This was too big of a commotion. Old Man Gu quickly stepped forward and shouted, "Stabilize the restriction. Don't let our efforts go to waste. Zichun has broken through. The time for a battle of life and death has come. We must not let him escape at this time." The battle of life and death had finally come after so many years of waiting. The ancient holy venerates, who had lived for 2 eras, all stepped forward to stabilize the restriction. At this moment, they were also very shocked. The entire void was distorting. Such a huge commotion was actually caused by Zichun alone. How amazing was this? Perhaps only an existence who was favored by the great path could have such power. During this time, a holy venerate asked if they should charge in now. Old Man Gu shook his head and said that there was no hurry. After all, Zichun's world was in great turmoil. The great path's favor was very strong. If they charged in now, it would be very disadvantageous for them. Perhaps Zichun could use the great path to forcefully erase them. Zichun walked out of the room. The phenomenon between heaven and earth had come to an end. Almost all those who should have received benefits had broken through. Those who did not receive any benefits were just like that. This kind of opportunity was the only one in the Tianwu world. After becoming a holy venerate, Zichun saw the world more clearly. After seeing the scene of the Tianwu world clearly, Zichun frowned slightly. The current state of the world was much more serious than he had imagined. Fortunately, this time, he had broken through. This world had received a lot of favor. Powerhouses had sprung up like bamboo shoots after a rain. The situation would soon stabilize. From the looks of it, this battle was still worth fighting. Zichun raised his head and looked into the distance. His gaze had already seen the gods and demons outside the world. Previously, he actually had a chance to leave. The power of the spirit core was far beyond their imagination. However, Zichun was unwilling to leave. If he left, everyone else would have to die. In addition, Zichun did not think that the Tianwu world would not be able to withstand this battle, even if the number of holy venerates that had come was beyond his imagination. The situation outside had stabilized. The gods and demons had entered Zichun's world. The ancient tree king had broken through, but it did not continue to extend the ancient tree outside. Instead, it remained the same. The creatures and black ants that had emerged also burrowed back into the ground. The gods and demons arrived outside the city. As there was no longer the restricted airspace of the ancient tree, each of them stood in the air. They were densely packed and filled one's vision. Zichun was far away and looked at those powerhouses. In this situation, both sides should logically say a few words to boost their morale. However, they did not. The two sides looked at each other and did not say a word. The battle began just like that. The gods and demons invaded on a large scale and rushed directly to Zichun's various cities. Even the Thunder Spirit sector in the sky was attacked by the power soldiers. This was a true decisive battle. Neither side had the slightest intention of holding back. As the gods and demons approached, the first to attack were the ancient trees. After Jono became a holy venerate, the grade of the ancient trees under his control had also been greatly improved. Without the restricted airspace, every ancient tree had become an independent entity. Countless branches flew into the sky. Some were like weapons, surging with a murderous aura. Some were like spiritual snakes, soft and tough. The enemies in the sky were densely packed. There was no need for special accuracy. Clanging sounds rang out. The protection that the gods and demons had put up quickly dimmed and then shattered. Poof, poof. In the blink of an eye, a large number of gods and demons had been pierced by the branches. Blood splattered in the air. Chapter 4792. The ancient trees led by Jono were the first to attack. Countless attacks flickered with light. They were densely packed and flew up into the sky. It was a spectacular sight. After Jono advanced to the holy venerate level, the other ancient trees also advanced. Each of them was like a smaller ancient tree king, possessing unparalleled power. Some of the branches were like sharp swords, piercing through the corpses of the gods and demons. Some wrapped around the bodies of the gods and demons, dragging them down. Light flowed on the surface of the ground. Black ants drilled out of the ground and attacked the approaching gods and demons. There were so many black ants that they instantly drowned the falling enemies. The sound of bones being gnawed could be clearly heard. From the city, it could be seen that after the gods and demons reached the sky above the ancient trees, a large number of them fell to the ground. When they fell into the forest, some light would occasionally light up, and then there would be no other movement. However, the gods and demons were still not afraid. They advanced dauntlessly. Because there were so many of them rushed to the sky above the city. At this moment, figures with powerful auras rose into the sky. Their eyes were cold, and the auras surging around them were almost the same. They were like well-trained killing soldiers, indifferently killing the gods and demons. To the veterans of the gods and demons who often fought here, these people were not unfamiliar. Strictly speaking, they could not be considered as humans. They were a kind of creature that had transformed into a human form, but their combat power was extremely strong. They were the highest-level creatures of the Mother Nest. On the battlefield, they were truly existences that did not fear death. They were also true war machines. After the Mother Nest creatures intercepted another batch of gods and demons, it was the turn of the ancient tree kings in each city to attack. The original buildings turned into tall treants. They were taller than giants, and they attacked the gods and demons in the sky. Zichun did not attack. He stood on a high ground and looked ahead. The experts on the opposite side also did not attack at this time. This is the final battle. There's no need to hold back. Everyone, attack. Jolena directly gave the order. Although she was not able to advance to the Holy Venerate level this time, she was still the chief commander of the Tianwu world. Luo Qishui was the strongest person in this group. Although Jolena had recruited many experts over the years, Luo Qishui had always been the strongest. The Tianwu world's top resources, Luo Qi water, were all available. Boom! Luo Qishui's powerful aura rippled as he charged into the crowd. In an instant, not a single god or devil remained standing within a radius of several hundred zhang. How can a saint venerable deal with a mere saint spirit? A saint venerable from the divine race sneered. He approached from afar and punched at Luo Qishui's face. The fist light was vast and mighty, and boundless divine light circulated. Luo Qishui blocked with his sword. The sword light flashed, and the deity race's holy venerate's eyes lit up. He sensed danger. He immediately retreated, and by the time he had retreated several feet, there was already an extremely deep sword wound on his chest. The injured deity race's holy venerate was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "It seems that this is the famous demonic weapon of the Tianwu world. Not bad. I like it very much." After so many years of war, the Tianwu world had been able to persist until now. In addition to its extraordinary foundation and tenacious fighting will, the famous demonic weapon also played a significant role. Because every demonic weapon could fight against someone of a higher level, a 9-star saint spirit dared to fight against a half-step holy venerate with one in his hand. Luo Qishui's response was an even sharper attack. The other holy venerates also joined in the attack. At this point, it would be too late if they did not fight with all their might. One holy venerate after another joined the battlefield. Similarly, the gods and devils also sent out holy venerates. In terms of numbers, they suppressed Zichen's side. After all, they were from two different races, and numbers were their greatest advantage. Judging from the current situation, Zichen's side was obviously at a disadvantage. Therefore, Lei Di, Li Haoqing, and other holy venerates who had been here for a long time also joined in the battle. The moment Lei Di entered the battlefield, Zichen's gaze fell on him. This was because Zichen found that in his world, Lei Di could mobilize a part of the laws of heaven and earth, and did not attract any backlash from the laws. It was as if the laws of heaven and earth had tacitly agreed to this. This surprised Zichun. This was his world. So why did it not reject Lady? Moreover, Lady's combat strength was surprisingly strong. In an instant, 3 holy venerates were repelled, and 2 of them were even injured. The ancient holy venerates who had come here, such as Ning Hua and Cheng Ho, had withdrawn from the main city early in the morning and went to other cities to help. Now that the war had broken out, they no longer held back and chose to take the initiative to attack. As ancient holy venerates, their movements were very loud and often required the cooperation of several holy venerates. Moreover, they were the ones who were at a disadvantage. Fortunately, they had enough people to restrain the ancient holy venerates first. Otherwise, they would have been slaughtered. Even so, the situation was still unfavorable. Old Man Gu still did not take action, but the ancient holy venerates beside him had decreased a little. Obviously, they were facing pressure and had all gone to help. Old Man Gu stood in the air and looked at Zichun from afar. He smiled and said, "Zichun, the battle has just begun, and you have already used all your trump cards. Don't you think it's too early?" "How can you think it's too early to kill the enemy?" Zichun also smiled faintly. Then he saw Shun Hao, who was beside Old Man Gu. Shun Hao had not broken through, which surprised Zichun. Even Emo Zhengtian had broken through, so why hadn't Shun Hao broken through? Shun Hao seemed to sense Zichun's gaze and nodded at Zichun with a smile. "Is it strange? This is what I want," Old Man Gu said. "After you die, the Great Path will completely belong to us. When the time comes to break through, the benefits will naturally be great." Zichun suddenly understood. He raised his head and looked at the sky. There was emotion in his eyes, but more than that, he was glad. In fact, in the end, Zichun's growth was no longer related to himself, but to his understanding of the world. He knew why he had not broken through for so long. It was not because of his strength or cultivation level, but because it was directly related to the world. He watched as the great path of the world got further and further away from him, but he could not grasp it in his hands. This was the first time in his life that he felt so helpless. It was different from other things that could be fought for with one's own efforts. At that time, the great path could not be fought for. At the very least, at that moment, Zichun could not fight for it. Just as Zichun had tried many times and was on the verge of despair, the great path that was getting further and further away suddenly stopped. Then, it took the initiative to approach him. At that time, Zichun saw rays of light light up one after another. Those rays of light represented the holy sages of the Spirit Clan. Every ray of light represented a holy sage who had broken through. The rays of light became brighter and brighter. Like sparks of fire in a prairie, they burned brighter and brighter. The great path began to approach, so much so that Zichun could accurately estimate the time when he would break through. Just as all the rays of light around him lit up, the great path finally fell on him and acknowledged him. Then, he broke through. Then, his breakthrough brought about the blessings of the world, causing even more people to break through. Zichun's world had developed for many years, and the number of cities had been increasing one after another. At the moment, not all of the cities had ancient holy sages overseeing them. Those cities without ancient holy sages began to collapse in the face of the strong attack. The people living in the cities, left through the teleportation array, under the protection of the ancient Tree King in the city. After the entire Lost Clan was attacked, they also withdrew from their place of residence. The entire Tianwu world was currently showing signs of failure. One city after another fell and disappeared. Old Man Gu saw all of this and shook his head in disappointment. "I thought that you, who were truly invincible, would have left behind a lot of backup plans. I didn't expect that you were just an embroidered pillow. Nice to look at but useless." He pointed into the distance and said disdainfully, "Look, without any powerful military forces, the world has fallen just like that. It seems that I have overestimated you. I originally thought that your world would be different from the rest, and that it would take at least many years to conquer it. Now, it seems that it will only take one day." As soon as Old Man Ji's voice fell, there was a loud rumble. It was the Thunder Spirit world, the world created by Little Fairy, which was an extremely rare spiritual world even in the entire Saint Spirit world, also collapsed. Fortunately, Little Fairy and the existence inside had already retreated in time. Seeing the cities collapse one after another, Zichen's expression didn't change much. This scene was also within his expectations. After all, the number of enemies was several times that of this world, or even dozens of times more. This included holy sages. In his own world, it was already very impressive for him to be able to fight against two races for many years. Imo Yijin didn't participate in the battle. He stood behind Imo Zhangtian and looked at Zichen in the city. He didn't know what Zichen was waiting for. Why hadn't he used his trump card yet? He didn't know the trump card to deal with the God Clan, but he knew the trump card to deal with the Devil Clan, the ancient jade of demon refinement. Old Man Gu looked at Zichen and smiled. Why haven't you made your move yet? Zichen said calmly, there's no hurry. Let's wait a little longer. Old Man Gu said sarcastically, until when? When the world is completely destroyed. No need. 10 breaths later. Old Man Gu was even more amused when he heard Zichen's words. The other existences who hadn't made their move also laughed out loud. 10 breaths? Are you kidding me? Someone mocked. Zichen's expression was serious. Of course, he wasn't joking. Time passed, one breath after another. When it was the last 3 breaths, Zichen started counting down. 3, 2, 1. After the last count, a powerful aura suddenly appeared outside the Tianwu world. When this aura appeared, a loud and clear voice rang out. When Lord Buddha appears, heaven and earth trembles. Little God Fiend, quickly accept your death. Chapter 4793. A Saint Venerable appeared, and there was more than one. However, only one person spoke. His voice was loud and clear, as if he was the strongest in the world. It was Tyrant's voice. He was surrounded by Buddhist light as he appeared in the sky above Zichen's world. That dazzling golden Buddhist light attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, he was the focus of everyone's attention, so much so that the few people behind him were just background characters. Zichen smiled faintly. Why can't you give me a big greeting when I'm here? Tyrant laughed loudly. On his back, there was a huge saber that looked like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. It was pitch black and had an evil aura. It was completely different from his Buddhist light. Behind Tyrant, the 5 Saint Venerable Senior Brothers all put their palms together and chanted, "Good, good." Junior Brother's temperament became strange when he came here. At this moment, a black light entered everyone's vision. That was pure devil chi. Black clouds rolled as if a great demon had descended. It was a stark contrast to Tyrant's Buddhist light. This phenomenon forced everyone to look away. Devil Ape, what do you mean? Tyrant was very dissatisfied when he felt everyone's gazes shifting. He had just become the center of attention, and now he was stealing it. Devil Ape couldn't be bothered with Tyrant. He descended and also brought 5 Saint Venerables with him. Their devil chi was very pure, no different from the real Devil Clan. It was even purer than the royal clans. This was all thanks to Zichen's trip to the Devil Race. When he returned, he had people send the Devil Race's power to Shengma region. Suddenly, there was a cold aura between heaven and earth. Then, there was wind, but there was nothing unusual. There was one more person in Zichen City. Zhang Haoyin. Su Mingyao from Tianyin Peak came, and Shang Ti also came. The two of them were surrounded by mysterious power. One of them landed in Zichen City, while the other went directly to the lightning field. All the Saint clans, except for the Holy Thunder clan, existed. They were all fighting against the God race and the Devil race, so the war was quite tense. Shangguan Yu and Ming Yu had also returned. Yu Butian of the Holy Moon clan had also returned, and he had brought along several Saint Venerables of the Holy Moon clan. Xing Qian appeared with a few Saint Venerables of the Saint Star clan. Among them was the one called Xing Yi, who had also advanced to become a Saint Venerable. Brilliant, who had gone to the Holy Glory race to cultivate, had returned. Yao Guan, who had once interacted with Zichun, had also returned. Zichun was very surprised that they could bring other sacred venerables back. After all, the entire spirit realm was at war right now, and sacred venerables were the peak fighting force. No one would complain about having more of them. Zichen couldn't imagine that those big powers would be willing to let everyone come and help at this time. The friends who had entered the other world with him had all returned, and they were not alone. Even those who did not go to the other world, such as the flying divine tiger, also returned at this time. Without a doubt, they had all advanced to the holy venerate stage due to various fortuitous encounters. It was because of talent, but also because of the general situation. The battle stopped because of the appearance of these saint sovereigns. All the gods and devils who came to this world looked up at the sky and saw the saint sovereigns appear one after another. That's right, they were all saint sovereigns. They were the true foundation of the Holy Thunder Clan. After all, many of the resources that the Holy Thunder Clan had obtained over the years had been given to these people. They might not be famous, but they were the absolute core of the various clans. In the Tianwu continent, each of them was comparable to Luo Qi Shui, or even stronger than him. And today, they had all returned together, and they had brought many reinforcements. After wandering outside for so many years, I'm finally home. Jiwei came to the Tianwu continent and let out a sigh. He did not bring other saint sovereigns, but he brought back his family. The people who had left with him back then had all returned this time. Among them was Yi Qian's younger sister, Xian Lin, and the people from back then. Yi Qian had also come. She had also brought some saint sovereign friends from the Shangshan realm. Seeing so many saint sovereigns appear, the gods and devils could no longer laugh. Even Old Man Gu felt that his throat was a little dry. How could this be? According to his understanding of the various clans, those selfish fellows not allowing them to stay in their clans to fight was already very benevolent. But now, not only had they allowed them to return, they had actually brought so many people with them for the first time. With so many saint sovereigns appearing together, it was a very terrifying power. Had the brains of those factions been kicked by a donkey? The people who had appeared were all extraordinary. Take the monk from before, for example. The commotion that he had caused when he appeared was not something that ordinary saint sovereigns could do. Although he was a little extravagant, he was truly capable. The huge scythe behind him caused even Old Man Ji's heart to palpitate. As if he felt that the morale of the people had been affected, Old Man Gu forcefully snorted coldly. So what if there are dozens of saint sovereigns? In front of absolute numbers, you still do not have the advantage. Speaking of which, at this critical juncture, instead of hiding, you actually came to this place to throw away your lives. Such stupidity is rare. Did you think that only these people came? It seems that too much time has passed, and many people have forgotten about us. A faint laugh was heard. More people appeared in the sky. The one leading them was Bai Yu. Then, more and more people appeared. After so many years, they were all saint sovereigns. There were many of them. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 100 of them. Many people had forgotten about them because too much time had passed. As for Old Man Gu, he did not know about Bai Yu and the others. Back then, in order to protect that space of opportunity, Zichun had forcefully sealed it. Then, there was no news of Bai Yu and the others in this world. Today, they had appeared. Moreover, there were more of them than Zichun had imagined. Everyone descended and came to Zichen's side. Then, they cupped their fists at Zichun at the same time. Because I had to find other companions, I was delayed for some time. I'm not late, right? Bai Yu, who was in front, said with a smile. Very timely. Zichun was a little emotional. He had predicted that Su Mingyao and the others would appear, but he did not expect that Bai Yu and the others would also appear in time. These people were not ordinary saint sovereigns. If they really had to be given an identity, they would be ancient saint sovereigns of the previous era. This time, the celestials and demons were completely dumbfounded, because Zichen's foundation was too strong. At this moment, everyone looked at Zichun. Zichun rose into the air and looked at the celestials and demons. He said, "It's impolite not to reciprocate. Look at how you've destroyed my home. It's time for me to return the favor. Everyone, please return to your positions." Su Mingyao rose into the air and went directly to Mingyao City. Good and Evil Monk was a little unwilling, but he also flew into the sky and went to Good and Evil City. Wang Xian went to Xianer City. Lin Shui also went to her own city. When Zichen built these cities, He had named the people around him one by one. But it was not as simple as naming them. More importantly, he used the rules of heaven and earth to link the cities and people together. To put it simply, when those cities were built in the beginning, each city was built according to the formation. These cities were Zichen's main foundation. So, until now, none of them had been destroyed. Seeing that everyone had returned to their positions, Zichen said, "Begin." Chapter 4794. The cities lit up one after another. The laws of heaven and earth fused with their auras, and a murderous aura surged out. When the gods and demons who entered the cities sensed this dangerous aura, their expressions changed drastically. The first to kill was Tyrant. Following his indifferent command, the sky-piercing swords flew toward the gods and demons in the sky. The sword lights were formed by the fusion of laws. They were colorful and extremely beautiful. However, under this beauty, there was boundless killing intent. All the gods and demons were filled with vigilance. When the sword lights approached, they raised their defenses and chose to defend first. As the sword lights approached, clanging and puffing sounds could be heard. In the blink of an eye, a large number of gods and demons were pierced through by the sword lights and fell to the ground. Similar attacks appeared in several other directions. The attacks were like raindrops from below, filling one's vision. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the two races who entered the cities were killed. The gods and demons had never seen such a scene before. They had no choice but to retreat, and their corpses fell to the ground like locusts. The situation changed in a very short time. The cities without formations were conquered, and all the tree houses disappeared. The ancient tree king in the center of the city was also taken away by Jono to be used as a reserve force. That place became an empty land. As for the cities with formations, Tyrant and the others personally took charge and chased out all the gods and demons. At this moment, the spirit race who stayed in the cities all year round finally understood why the cities were named as such. The gods and demons retreated outside the cities. They were lucky enough to survive, but they still had lingering fears. In comparison, Zichen's city seemed to be the least dangerous, as Zichen had yet to activate the formation of Zichen's city. Old Man Gu and the other ancient sacred venerables naturally didn't look too good when the gods and demons were stopped in their tracks. Zichen's expression was relaxed, and there was a smile on his face. Old Man Gu smiled disdainfully and said, "You're already happy? Isn't it a little too early? As long as we guard this place, there will be a day when we can devour your world. Don't be anxious. I still have something to show you." Zichen smiled faintly. Light shone in front of him as he finally took out the ancient devil refining jade in front of everyone. The moment the ancient devil refining jade appeared, the spiritual energy in the area began to riot. An extremely terrifying devouring force emerged from the ancient devil refining jade and extended in all directions. Before Zichen left for the strange world, he placed the ancient devil refining jade in the Zichen palace to prevent any accidents from happening. Reality proved that Zichen's overthinking was right. Later on, Lei Zhang personally came to attack Zichen. He specifically searched for the ancient devil refining jade, hoping to use it to control the demon race. Unfortunately, he didn't find it. After so many years of war, Zichen had never taken out the ancient devil refining jade until today. Beams of light descended from the sky. Those were the laws of heaven and earth. They enveloped the demonic ape and the others. After all, they were also considered demons, and they might be accidentally injured. As the ripples spread out, the devil clan members retreated one after another. Their faces were filled with fear. A holy sage could barely resist the devouring force, but those below the holy sage level couldn't resist at all. At this moment, they were fleeing in fear. Some even wanted to escape from this world. If they didn't have the means to suppress the ancient devil refining jade, all the devil clan members would die here. Mo Luan was also resisting the devouring force of the ancient devil refining jade. With a gloomy face, he said, "Old Gu, it's up to you this time." Of course, they were on guard against the ancient devil refining jade. "Don't worry." Old Man Gu smiled faintly. He waved his hand confidently, and a group of God clan members quickly rushed forward. As divine light flowed, they formed a protective barrier. They wanted to use their divine power to isolate the ancient devil refining jade. Seeing this scene, Zichun just smiled faintly. They really didn't understand the ancient devil refining jade. These barriers could block attacks and defend, but they couldn't stop the ancient devil refining jade from devouring. The devil clan members' lives began to fade. Some who couldn't escape in time fell to the ground and died. Emoluin looked at Old Gu. They had no other way to deal with the ancient devil refining jade. They could only rely on the God Clan. This was the only shortcoming of the God Clan. Old Gu waved his hand again. The God Clan members immediately retreated. Many Saint Venerables of the God Clan came forward and formed a similar barrier. Of course, different levels of protection would have different levels. The ancient devil refining jade's devouring power was stopped. The panicked devil clan members were all still in shock. Emoluin said, "Attack the other cities. End this quickly." The battle had to go on. Even if they had to pay a huge price with their lives, they had to continue. Therefore, the devil clan retreated from this main city and turned to attack other cities. "All right, let's begin." Zichin's figure disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in front of a Saint Venerable of the God Clan. At this moment, the Saint Venerable of the God Clan was putting up a defense. He didn't expect Zichan to suddenly appear. While he was slightly shocked, a protective barrier lit up around him. Zichan struck with his saber. With a flash of the saber, the Saint Venerable of the God Clan was separated from the barrier. One strike killed him. With one less person, the barrier began to tremble and become unstable. Bai Yu and the others charged forward. As true ancient Saint Venerables, their combat power was naturally strong. After the battle began, the situation became unfavorable for the God Clan and the Devil Clan. It was hard to imagine that the strength of the two clans was used to attack the Tianwu world and still be at a disadvantage. Demonic Wheel glanced at Old Man Gu and said discontentedly, "It's already come to this. What are you still waiting for? Are you waiting for these people to die first?" "You must stay calm," Old Gu said calmly. Emoluin was so angry that he wanted to curse. The existence of the ancient devil refining jade was like a sharp blade hanging over the devil clan's head that could cut off their heads at any time. How could they stay calm? "We have to end this quickly. Otherwise, more people will die. We might even fail miserably." Emoluin gritted his teeth and said, "All right then, let the others come first." Seeing that Emoluin was really angry, Old Gu stopped teasing him. As his voice fell, a huge teleportation array appeared behind them. Then, the aura of Saint Venerables surged. Many Saint Venerables of the two clans appeared. They, who already had the advantage in numbers, had more people this time. Zichun saw this scene, but his expression didn't change much. This was the strength and means that the two clans should have. He had never underestimated them, but at the same time, the two clans shouldn't underestimate him. Zichun glanced at the ancient devil refining jade. The surface of the ancient devil refining jade was circulating with demonic light. It buzzed and then grew with the wind. The small tree that was originally not tall became a towering tree in the blink of an eye. A devouring force that was many times more terrifying than before spread out. This time, everyone, including the Saint Venerables of the Devil Clan, was affected. The barrier formed by the Saint Venerables of the God Clan was like a decoration. It didn't have any effect. Chapter 4795. Zichun arrived at the foot of the ancient devil refining jade along with several other ancient Saint Venerables. The ancient devil refining jade that had turned into a towering tree could even swallow demon Saint Venerables. So, as long as they persisted, all the demons here would die. Old Gu was clearly stunned. He didn't think that Zichun would have such a move. His eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. Like this, the ancient devil refining jade was a variable. Whether it was because he was stunned or because of some other reason, Old Gu didn't immediately send the god race Saint Venerables to help. Instead, he allowed the ancient devil refining jade to swallow the lives of all the demons. Even in the distant cities, the lives of the demons were quickly draining away. One demon after another fell. Every moment, countless demons were dying for the sake of the city. As Zichun approached, he killed them with a single slash. Even if they were Saint Venerables, it was as simple as cutting grass. The god race Saint Venerables retreated. The fast ones fled, and the slow ones were left behind forever. At this point, there was no longer a single god near the ancient devil refining jade. The ancient devil refining jade's unstoppable swallowing ability caused Zichen's world to be filled with miserable wails. "You're courting death." With a furious roar, the ancient demon's sovereign Emo Luin rushed forward. At the same time, several demon Saint Venerables rushed towards Zichen from different directions. Zichen slashed down with his saber. The saber arc extended forward, causing space to violently distort wherever it passed. Old Gu looked at Zichen's saber with envy in his eyes. He recognized the origin of that saber. That was the weapon of a king. A black pagoda appeared in front of Emo Luin. The pagoda was 3 stories tall, and after being poured in demonic power, it expanded. Demonic energy flowed out, blocking in front of him. In other directions, the demon Saint Venerables that arrived didn't fear the ancient devil refining jade's swallowing ability. Taking advantage of the time when Zichen was fighting Emo Luin, they launched attacks at Zichen. Some punched, fist light like a mountain. Some kicked, leg light like whips. Feeling these unique attacks, Zichen recalled their identities. They were existences that had obtained the demon god's inheritance. In the past, he had already fought with them. Needless to say, these were all saint lords that had stimulated the demon god bone. Speaking of which, his harvest in that place was not small. He first obtained the eye of the demon god, and then the scroll of the demon god. Both of them were the most precious treasures of the demon race. Unfortunately, as the essence of his power changed, these 2 things lost their effect. As the attacks approached, Zichen took out the Zichen Palace. A terrifying pressure enveloped the surroundings, causing the attacks to slow down, allowing Zichen to easily evade them. Everyone charged towards Zichen, but when they reached the range of Zichen's palace, their speed was affected to a certain extent. Zichen closed in on a Saint Venerable. His speed was comparable to teleportation as he slashed down with his blade. Blood splattered in the sky as an existence with the demonic god's inheritance was split in 2 and fell to the ground, dead. When the others saw this, their faces became even more gloomy. Even an existence with the demonic god's inheritance was killed with a single saber strike. Zichen was simply too strong. Demonic Will couldn't help but shout out, "Old Gu, what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for all of us demons to die?" Old Gu shook his head, puzzled. "I don't understand what you mean." At this time, he had just repelled 2 Saint Venerables and had already joined the battlefield. Indeed, in such a war, no one could stay out of it. "Stop pretending. The ancient devil refining jade is pinning down all of us. You should use your trump card now. Otherwise, once we die and you deal with Zichen alone, you won't have an easy time." Demonic Will clenched his teeth. He didn't think that the ancient devil refining jade would become so powerful. Even an existence on his level was greatly affected by it. As for the existence with the demonic god's inheritance, he had died an even more aggrieved death. This was because not only was Zichen Palace restricting him, but the ancient devil refining jade was also restricting him. Shua. Zichen brought Zichen Palace forward and slashed out again. With the flowing saber, Zichen was like a tiger that had grown wings. The second Saint Venerable of the demonic race was killed by him. Demonic Will roared in anger. After approaching, he wanted to use the Black Tower to envelop Zichen. Zichen wielded his saber and slashed again. After 3 consecutive slashes, this extraordinary Black Tower exploded with a loud bang. The other ancient demonic sovereigns also came here one after another, wanting to pin down Zichen. It could be said that Zichen and the ancient devil refining jade were enough to pin down the main force of the demon race. As time passed, the demons died one after another. If this was allowed to continue, it could be said that Zichen could destroy all the demons. One person was comparable to an entire race. There was no order to retreat, so even if the demons kept dying, they still had to attack. At the same time, there were demons in the sky constantly coming to support. It could be said that there was an endless stream of demons. Pooh. The third Saint Venerable of the demon race was killed by Zichen. Back then, There were only a few who had obtained the inheritance. Who would have thought that in such a short time, Zichun would kill 3 of them? Demonic Wheel gritted his teeth in anger. Old Go, if you don't think of a way, we will retreat. Chapter 4796. This change happened so quickly that everyone nearby was stunned. That old man Go, who did not reveal anything, had used a talisman to first destroy the ancient fiend refining jade. Then, he had left Zichun's fate unknown. Old man Go, whose aura was weak, laughed. It seems that this trump card is indeed effective. Now that Zichun is dead, what else do you have to say? Everyone looked at each other, because they could not determine whether Zichun was dead or alive. That attack was indeed terrifying. It had extinguished Zichun's aura. Wong, a sharp saber intent suddenly appeared from the ground and rushed into the sky. Old man Ji's expression changed, and he quickly disappeared from his spot. A pair of bloody hands appeared from the deep pit. Zichun, who was covered in blood, crawled out. The saber light from before was formed from energy. It was not a real saber light. Zichun, who stood up, was on the verge of collapsing. It had to be said that old man Gu had caught him off guard. His injuries were very serious. If it were not for his extraordinary physique, he would not have been able to hold on. Mobilizing the laws of heaven and earth, Zichun prepared to heal his injuries. After all, this was his world. Here, he was the master. This identity was several levels higher than his identity as the guardian of the alternate world. However, Zichun soon discovered that there seemed to be a layer between him and the laws, which prevented him from using the laws to heal his injuries. His expression changed. This was going to be troublesome. Old man Gu stabilized his body. After looking at Zichun's current state, he said with dissatisfaction, "Did you see that? Did you see that? Such a good opportunity was ruined by you guys." He was very angry because that talisman trump card could attack Zichun twice in a row. Once the 2 attacks landed, not to mention Zichun, who was just a saint venerable, even if he was an evil demon, he might have been killed by the talisman. At present, Zichun was only injured. He was still very far from death. This time, the demon race owes you a favor. Emoluan said in a deep voice, "If there is anything in the future, feel free to tell us. As long as we can accomplish it, we will not refuse." Only then did old man Ji's expression gradually turn for the better. He said, "It's not like we didn't gain anything this time. At the very least, he can't recover now. With his severely injured body, he shouldn't be able to hold on for long." Because the remaining power of the talisman was still on Zichun, it prevented him from recovering. This meant that Zichun no longer had boundless combat power, making him much easier to deal with compared to before. Zichun stretched out his hand. The flowing breaking blade trembled slightly and flew back into his hand. After another fruitless attempt at recovery, Zichun knew that it was time for him to fight for his life. Therefore, he could only rely on himself. The light on his body circulated, and the 3 different powers were pushed to the extreme by him. He rushed toward Old Man Gu. Old Man Gu quickly retreated, and a sword surrounded by divine light blocked in front of him. Zichun struck with his saber. The swords and sabers clashed, emitting boundless radiance. After 3 consecutive slashes, the divine sword crumbled. Old Man Gu had already retreated far away. Obviously, he didn't want to exchange his life with Zichun at this time. At the same time, he was a little angry. If he had that saber, he wouldn't have retreated in front of so many people. Just as he was retreating, the others rushed forward. The ones in the lead were the few saint venerables who had the devil god's inheritance but didn't die. These people were quite bold. Under the constant attacks and the absolute advantage in numbers, the cities that had defended themselves were ultimately unable to withstand the enemy's attacks. The great formation in the city was shattered. Without the formation, the power of good and evil city was greatly reduced. Monk stood up. The great formation was actually suppressing him earlier. Now that the formation was broken, it was time for him to make a move. He reached behind him and grabbed the black scythe. Surrounded by the Buddhist light, Monk held the black scythe and moved forward. He waved his hands forward, and an attack from a saint venerable was destroyed by him. Monk stomped his feet, and a terrifying wave spread out. With him as the center, Within a radius of 1,000 feet, no god or devil was left standing. To think that you did not pay your respects after coming to this Lord Zheng's mountain. You all really disappoint this Lord Zheng. Monk looked at the deity race Saint Venerables 3 kilometers away and said in dissatisfaction, "Is there still this Lord Zheng in your eyes?" Monk swung his saber, and a saber light landed on that deity race Saint Venerate from more than 3 kilometers away. In the next moment, that deity race Saint Venerate fell to the ground, dead. When the other Saint Venerables saw this, their expressions changed drastically. Unexpectedly, after losing the great formation, this unknown monk actually possessed such terrifying combat prowess. He was not Zichun. How could he instantly kill someone of the same cultivation as him? It seemed like Monk Gu guessed their thoughts from their expressions. The shocked Monk Gu could not help showing anger on his face. What's with that look? Do you think that this Lord Zheng is inferior to Zichun? Buzz. 2 large Buddhas immediately appeared behind Monk Gu. One flickered with golden light, looking holy and benevolent. The other had surging black chi, looking like a god or devil descending. Monk Gu already had a horrifying aura in the first place. After these 2 large Buddhas appeared, his aura soared to the peak. Monk Gu swung his scythe horizontally, drawing a beam of light in the sky. The beam of light extended and cut through space. In the space that had been sliced apart, there were many gods and devils who had an additional line on their bodies. This line extended for dozens of kilometers. From holy spirits to holy venerables, no one survived. The battle in this city instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at Monk Gu. This included the spirit race. Many people living in this city only knew of the Vice City Lord. They had never seen the City Lord before. Today was the first time they saw this evil good City Lord. However, they did not expect him to be so strong. He looked like he was undefeatable against deities and demons. Monk Gu clearly looked like a benevolent monk. However, everywhere he passed, no one survived. The 5 senior brothers who came with Monk Gu kept chanting Buddhist scriptures, filled with compassion. However, when they attacked, they did not hold back. This was because they knew very well that deities and demons were foreign races. Chasing away these foreign races was the greatest mercy. A tall demonic figure approached from afar. As he walked, he crushed several ancient tree giants under his feet. The holy venerables of the demon race stared at Monk Gu with bloodshot eyes. "Die, bald bastard!" Monk Gu raised his scythe and swung it again. Heaven and earth trembled. Then, the entire Tianwu world seemed to be divided into 2. A huge crack extended out. At the end of the crack, the huge demonic figure fell to the ground with a loud crash. Bravado but no brains. "Do you think you're worthy of fighting me?" The monk laughed sarcastically, while the 2 shadows behind him dimmed slightly. Battles consumed energy. Moreover, in a battle like this, it would be difficult to replenish energy in time. However, Monk Gu did not care at all. He held his scythe and killed in all directions. As for the ancient holy venerables of the deities and demons, they wanted to stop Monk Gu. Unfortunately, they had their own opponents. Chapter 4797. Boom, 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 boom. The city's array formation was broken, and the ground was littered with corpses of gods and demons. Wang Xian stood up. Sword intent circulated around her, and killing intent surged. She was the city lord of this city. Facing the attacks of countless gods and demons, the array formation could not hold on any longer and collapsed. It was time for her, the city lord, to make a move. She swung her sword. Sword chi shot up, and 2 sacred venerables who could not escape in time were killed by her sword. "Everyone, retreat as you fight." Wang Xian looked behind her. The survivors of this city had all gathered here. The deputy city lord, who had become a sacred venerate, cupped his fists and said, "Yes, sir." Wang Xian held her sword and advanced instead of retreating. She could only kill in one direction. The gods and demons in the other directions attacked the city from both sides. The ancient tree giants fell one after another. The rest of the people in the city retreated as they fought, leaving behind corpses. Wang Xian continued forward with her sword. She was unobstructed. When she reached an open area, She realized that she had killed her way out of the city. The tree giants died in battle. There were no more tree walls around her. It was like a ruin. She turned around. The path of retreat had already been blocked by the gods and demons. There were many sacred venerables and sacred venerables along the way. Wang Xian looked at her sword. This sword was called the Immortal King's Sword. She had refined it herself. After returning from the alternate world, she filled it with demonic materials and refined it for many years. We have to meet up with the rest. The real battle has not started yet. We cannot die here. Wang Xian looked at the sword. The sword vibrated slightly as if it was responding to her. Wang Xian and her sword moved forward in a straight line. Everywhere they passed, all living things were wiped out. Countless corpses were behind her. Blood flowed like a river. When she returned to the city, there was still a small group of people holding on. The city lord had not returned, so they did not retreat. Let's go. Wang Xian's sword left her hand. Like a beam of light, it killed all the gods and demons around the teleportation formation. Everyone entered the teleportation formation. Wang Xian was the last one to enter. The teleportation formation collapsed with a boom. The ancient tree giants that were still fighting in the city turned into trees after the teleportation formation was destroyed. They then turned into energy and entered the underground. This portion of energy was absorbed by the ancient tree king Jono. The city was littered with the corpses of the three races, but the number of gods and demons was still endless. In the Tianwu world, apart from Ziqin, Luo Qishui was the only one who could be considered a top fighter. The other powerful combat forces were either core elites from the outside world or lost clans that did not belong to this world. Relatively speaking, in terms of absolute combat power, the Tianwu world was somewhat lacking. This time, all of the Tianwu world's top fighters had returned. Not a single one of them was left behind. Not everyone was Zichun, but there was definitely no weakling among them. In fact, he was terrifyingly strong. The sky-splitting city that the devil ape was guarding had also been breached. The devil ape walked out from the core of the great array. He held a long staff that was as black as ink and roared as he charged forward. With a sweep of his staff, heaven and earth shook. Shadows of the staff appeared in the sky and filled everyone's vision. The gods and demons that had just broken through the great array and were still elated had their bodies explode one after another when they encountered the shadows of the staff. In the blink of an eye, a large open area appeared. Blood rained down from the sky, and the air was filled with the thick smell of blood. The devil ape's eyes turned even redder. A saint venerable of the demon race approached from afar. He felt the pure demonic chi on the devil ape and scolded angrily, "You traitor of the demon race. It's fine if you don't acknowledge your ancestors and return to the demon race, but how dare you help the spirit race to kill our people? Do you know your crime?" The devil ape glanced at him and responded with a strike of his staff. The saint venerable of the demon race widened his eyes as he watched the shadow of the staff approach. He mobilized his Tao sovereign power and formed a defense in front of him. His face was distorted with anger. He hid in his defense and said angrily, "Traitor, I will kill you." As the shadow of the staff approached, the saint venerable of the demon race's defense collapsed instantly. The shadow of the staff did not disperse. It advanced again, and the body of the saint venerable of the demon race exploded. The devil ape extended his hand and grabbed in front of him. Amidst the blood rain, a black soul was caught in his hand. The saint venerable of the demon race, who had shrunk countless times, no longer had the intention to kill. His face was filled with fear. "With your abilities, do you think you are fit to order me around?" The devil ape opened his mouth and swallowed the saint venerable of the demon race's soul. His originally weak aura seemed to have grown a little. Following that, the devil ape's body expanded tremendously. He was like a tall black mountain, and there were rolling black clouds around him. It was terrifying and oppressive. The weapon in his hand expanded tremendously as well. It was like a heavenly pillar. The long staff swept across, and the gods and devils wailed in agony. Places were cleared out one after another. The cities that Yiqian, Su Mingyao, and the rest were guarding were besieged by the gods and devils. They were conquered one after another. Following that, they displayed their own techniques to kill their enemies. All the gods and devils were shocked. They were almost invincible. Each of them could kill their way in and out of the armies of gods and devils. These were the techniques of the warlords. They were all extraordinary and had different killing techniques. However, the efficiency of killing their enemies was the same. Not only that, they could also take care of some of the battlefields and save those who were about to lose their lives. There were also powerful cultivators who were not warlords. Their killing power was also extraordinary. A huge black beast. Wherever it passed, it opened its mouth and sucked at the gods and devils. One by one, the souls left their bodies and were swallowed by it. The enemies fell just like that. Some of the stronger souls were barely standing. Following that, a black hurricane appeared. Wherever it passed, it was as if there were countless blades slicing through. The gods and devils who were lucky enough to survive howled in agony as they fell. It was a tragic sight. It was the Netherworld and Tianfeng, the two beasts that had advanced to become Saint Venerables. With their cooperation, no one could break through. The Flying Tiger and the rest were also killing their enemies in a frenzy. Their combat power was extraordinary. Amongst them, there was a small beast that had the speed of lightning. It only attacked the devils, but its attacks were very sharp. Whenever it waved its claws, a devil would fall. It was the Spectre. The combination of the Spectre and the Spectre was an unintentional product. It had the aura of a fiend celestial beast. However, no one knew whether it was a fiend celestial beast or not. However, when it came to killing demons, it was indeed faster than it was killing gods. Other than that, there were also friends from the Holy Talisman realm, such as Longu Meng, Shanya, Qingyi, and many other powerful cultivators who had left the Holy Talisman realm. They were all killing the enemies here, just to attack the Tianwu world, which was equivalent to one of the countless planets in the Saint Spirit realm. The gods and devils had mobilized almost half of their main forces. Such a city, not to mention that everyone in the Saint Spirit realm had won. Even if there were only a few of them, the gods and devils would not dare to invade the Saint Spirit realm. Not only were the devils shocked, but the spirit race who had decided to coexist with the Tianwu continent were also shocked. They had never thought that there would be so many powerful cultivators in the Tianwu world other than the invincible Zichun. Of course, as ancient sacred venerables, Cheng Ho, Ning Hua, and the others also let the world truly feel their true battle strength. Similarly, this was Zichun's world. If it was another world, they might not be able to withstand so many powerful cultivators fighting with all their strength. Perhaps the world would have been destroyed at the beginning. Where there was battle, there was death. The gods and devils suffered great casualties. On the other hand, Zichun's side lost one city after another, and similarly, many people died. Even Tyrant and the others, who had a small degree of invincibility, had to retreat with injuries because the enemies were too many and they did not have time to recover. Sacred venerables were dying, and sacred spirits were dying in droves. As for those who were below the sacred spirit realm, they were dying in droves. Often, it was just a slap from a powerful cultivator or an uncontrolled energy that would cause a large number of deaths. Ancient sacred venerables were also dying, one after another. Both sides had. The battle had already reached its climax. Of all the cities in the martial heaven world, only Zichun's main city was still standing. The other cities had all changed owners. Of course, they did not get anything, not even ruins. The originally endless green vegetation in the world was now desolate. All the vegetation energy had been taken back by Jono, leaving behind only corpses. In such a life-and-death situation, no one had the time to clean up the battlefield, even if there were many shining weapons on the battlefield. In the end, everyone retreated to Zichun's city. Zichun did not use the city's killing array. He was killing the enemies with all his strength. Although he had been ambushed by Old Gu and could not fully recover from his injuries, Zichun still had a terrifying killing power. The flowing blade was a great help to him. One after another, sacred venerables fell in front of Zichun. Among them, the sacred venerables of the demon clan who had first besieged Zichun died the fastest. At present, there were still two who had the inheritance of the demon god. One had received the inheritance of the demon god's soul power, while the other had received the power of the demon god. The two of them used their own methods and cooperated with each other to attack, so they had survived until now. However, as everyone gathered here, the time for the final battle had arrived. Zichun did not intend to let the two of them live. A sword light suddenly appeared beside Zichun and headed toward the two sacred venerables. The two of them sensed that something was wrong and dodged. Unfortunately, it was too late. They were unprepared. In addition, Zichun's sword light was extraordinary. Even though the two of them made a blocking action, the sword light still penetrated their bodies. Zichun's understanding of the Sword of Lightning was no longer the same as before. At this point, all the sacred venerables who had received the inheritance of the demon god had been killed by Zichun. When Old Man Gu saw this, there was a flash of joy in his eyes. Old Gu had always been wary of these people. Now that they were gone, the demon clan was no longer a threat. With the threat of his allies removed, he was ready to go all out and get everything he had planned. Perhaps this was fate. Outside the Tianwu world, in the area where the Holy Thunder clan had disappeared, a giant tree suddenly appeared. Dazzling lightning curled around the giant tree. It enveloped a complete star region. This giant tree was the tree of lightning that had concealed the Holy Thunder clan. Now, it had appeared again with the Holy Thunder clan. Chapter 4798. Other than the central city of Zichun, 99% of the Tianwu world had already been conquered. It could be said that there was only one city left in this world. The survivors were all in this city. Once this city fell, Zichun's world would be over. From then on, there would be no more Zichun in this world. After killing the last sacred sovereign with the devil god's inheritance, Zichun leaned on his saber. His body was covered in wounds, and some of them were so deep that his bones could be seen. The laws of heaven and earth were unable to heal him. He could only rely on medicinal pills. However, his injuries were too heavy, and medicinal pills weren't very effective. Those medicinal pills had been given to him by that old man when he had returned from the devil race. Those medicinal pills were specifically used to heal sacred sovereigns. Tyrant, Yinwei, the devil ape, and the others all arrived in front of Zichun. After the bloody battle, they were all injured. They lined up on either side of Zichun. Su Mingyao and the others also came over. Their injuries weren't heavy, but they had used up a lot of energy. They didn't have enough time to recover. Baiyu led the others over. Of the 100 experts who had come, less than half had survived. The survivors weren't in good condition either. Cheng Ho, Ning Hua, Han Nu, Lu Shanyao, and the other ancient sacred sovereigns also arrived behind Zichun. Following that, even more existences who were still capable of fighting walked over. Starting with Zichun, everyone else came one after another and lined up behind him. The entire city was surrounded by gods and devils. There were still many of them, but the ones at the front weren't in much better condition than Zichun's people. As for the peak existences at the back, their realms weren't very high. Emoisian was at the back of the crowd. Emo Zhangtian had already joined the battle, but he had mostly stayed on the periphery. He hadn't dared to charge at the front. In a battle of this level, a sacred sovereign's power was insignificant, let alone a 9-star sacred sovereign like him. According to Emoisian's estimates, over 1,000 sacred sovereigns had died since the start of the battle. Over 1,000 holy sovereigns had died on the martial heaven continent. In the past, Emoi did not believe it. However, after witnessing this battle with her own eyes, she believed that through this battle, the ownership of the entire Saint Spirit realm would be decided. Once the Tianwu world was destroyed, this place would become the blessed land of the gods and demons. At the same time, if Zichun managed to hold on, then after this battle, the gods and demons would have suffered heavy losses. It would be impossible for them to launch another decent attack, so they would have to retreat. Zichun, who had never used the city's grand array, directly activated it. Countless rays of light lit up around the city, like pillars of light shooting into the sky. They converged in mid-air, forming a protective shield that was like an inverted bowl, protecting the entire city. Seeing this scene, Old Man Go laughed. Zichun, oh Zichun, it seems that you've really become an arrow at the end of its flight. Do you want to use the large array to buy time to recover? Is it possible? Outside the city, countless attacks soared into the sky. There were all kinds of multicolored rays of light that landed on the grand array. The grand array rumbled and trembled, like the sound of a divine drum beating on the hearts of everyone in the city. Everyone in the city closed their eyes and began to rest and recover. This was an extremely rare time. In the face of such a powerful attack, the grand array consumed countless resources every second. It could be said that everyone's time to rest was completely spent on resources. Interesting. Old Man Gu was in a good mood because the demons he was most wary of had all been killed. The following situation was completely under the control of the divine race. It's over. Rays of divine light appeared behind Old Man Gu. The divine light flew forward, transforming into a huge divine hammer in the sky, and smashed down on the grand array below. The divine hammer fell with a mighty aura, causing the entire grand array to distort even more violently. After 3 consecutive strikes, the divine hammer collapsed, and the grand array also collapsed. From beginning to end, it only lasted for 20 breaths of time. Zichen opened his eyes, gripping the flowing broken blade tightly. Fight to the death. Behind him, everyone was shouting, fight to the death. When it was time to decide life and death, after this battle, one of the two sides would definitely be completely destroyed. Either the divine race or the divine race would die. Zichen soared into the sky and went straight to Old Man Gu. Chung Ho and Han Nu went to the sides and faced the 2 ancient divine venerables. One expert after another rushed into the sky. In front of Old Man Gu, the divine hammer that had disappeared earlier reappeared and went straight for Zichen. Sensing it at close range, the power of the divine hammer was even more extraordinary. Wherever it passed, there were bursts of wind and thunder. Zichen roared and slashed down with his blade. The unparalleled blade intent cut through Old Man Ge's extraordinary divine hammer. The blade light continued to move forward and went straight for Old Man Ge's face. Countless divine lights appeared in front of Old Man Gu. It was a shield shining with divine light that blocked in front of him. There was a loud boom. The blade light dissipated, and Old Man Gu flew backward. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Zichen, who was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight, still had such a trick up his sleeve. It was really amazing. Whoosh! In the next moment, the sword light appeared again. It was a short sword that Chung Ho and the others had carefully crafted for Zichen using demon-grade materials. It could maximize the power of the Sword of Lightning. Old Man Gu let out a cry of surprise in the distance. His body fell to the ground. The light shield in his hand had been pierced by the short sword, leaving a hole in it. This was the sorrow of leaving a different world early. Without the demonic bone, there was naturally no good weapon. In this regard, Zichen, who came out last, had a great advantage. So what if you're an ancient divine venerate? In the eyes of this Buddha, you're still not worth mentioning. The 2 Buddha shadows behind Tyrant immediately rushed into his body. With a burst of violent aura, Tyrant slashed out with his sickle. An ancient divine venerate of the divine race, who had lived for an unknown number of years, had his head flying high. His eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief. He was an ancient divine venerate who had survived the great battle back then. Today, he was killed by a guy who had just advanced. After the attack, Tyrant's body fell to the ground. His aura had dropped from the highest to the lowest. At this moment, he was no longer able to fight. However, how amazing was it to be able to kill an ancient divine venerate while exhausting so much energy? At this moment, everyone was shocked. A divine venerate took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Tyrant. After all, Tyrant had no strength to fight back now. However, before he could approach, a gust of cold wind appeared from the side. Before this holy venerate could react, a sharp black blade had already pierced his back. In an instant, the blade pierced through, and the terrifying power annihilated his vitality. Zhang Haoyan's figure flashed and disappeared again. In this battle, he was like a ghost, wandering around everywhere. It was fine if he didn't make a move, but if he did, he would die. However, there were many people who wanted to take advantage of this situation to gain battle merits. After all, he was an existence who could kill an ancient divine venerate. The battle merits after killing him were estimated to be second only to Zichun. For a moment, many people were approaching this place. At this moment, a pair of huge feet stood in front of the monk. The gigantic devil ape came close. With his body enlarged, the wounds on his body were horrifying. Everywhere he passed, there would be a rain of blood splattering. He didn't care about it at all. The long staff in his hand swept across, and the nearby fellows were instantly sent flying. Some were seriously injured, and some were killed. After Old Man Gu fell to the ground, there was no other movement. No one knew whether he was alive or dead. However, Zichun was too lazy to care about this. He rushed towards Eugene. The other party was an ancient divine venerate of the demon race. His battle strength was not ordinary. Now that he was fighting fiercely with the devil ape, he could be considered a big threat. After Tyrant's strength was exhausted, everyone wanted to go to him to gain battle merits. So much so that the battle began to revolve around him. Zichun went forward and slashed down with his blade. Eugene blocked the blade and quickly retreated. "You can't escape." Zichun began to form hand seals. Suddenly, a thunderbolt appeared in the sky. Accompanied by a violent roar, the thunderbolt fell from the sky and smashed into Eugene's head. Controlling thunder technique. This was the first time Zichun had used this technique since the start of the battle. Eugene was hit by the thunderbolt. After he fell to the ground, there was no movement. However, Zichun could still sense the other party's aura. He was not dead yet. After using such a blow, Zichun had consumed a lot of energy. However, it was far less than when he had used it in the past. When he had used it in the past, every move had to be a battle of life and death. It seemed that after reaching the divine venerate realm, everything had changed. Zichun was still holding on, but the direction of the battle was becoming more and more unfavorable for the Tianwu world. Regardless of individual strength, it was just the number of people. The number of powerhouses sent by the two clans combined was dozens of times that of Zichun's side. In the entire Saint Spirit realm, only Zichun's Tianwu world had the ability to hold on until now. Even a large divine clan might not be able to hold on. This world has not changed for the better, but it is not so disappointing. Lu Shanyao, who was covered in wounds, looked around. Everywhere he looked, there were only corpses. In fact, he was still disappointed. However, compared to before, Zichun's friends had all returned. They had also brought people from the various large clans. This made the world a little better. However, it was only a little better. If the spirit clans had taken action earlier, it would not have become like this. In the crowd below, two old men who made a living as storytellers were mixed in the trembling crowd. They looked up at the battle in the sky. The old man in the black robe asked, "How is it?" The old man in the white robe said, "I still can't see the situation clearly. I keep feeling that we have overlooked something." "Overlooked what?" "I'm not sure." The voice of the ancient divine venerate Ning Hua suddenly rang out in the sky. "Old friends, young friends, we will not meet again." Ning Hua's injuries were extremely serious. After killing an ancient divine venerate and many ordinary divine venerates, he finally could not hold on. After saying that they would not meet again, it seemed that there was no afterlife. It could be seen that he was still disappointed in this world. Zichun turned back to look at divine venerate Ning Hua, but he did not know what to say. The others were also silent. In such a tragic battle, anyone would become the second Ning Hua. Death was only a matter of time. Don't be anxious. Don't you want to watch the show until the end? An indifferent and dignified voice suddenly sounded from the sky. Following that, waves of divine venerate aura emerged, accompanied by the rich power of thunder. Someone descended from the sky. Chapter 4799. Lei Zhenke had the title of number 1 in the entire Saint Spirit sector. Back then, he was publicly recognized as the only ancient holy venerable. This was because in the previous era, almost everyone had died, and only he had survived. For many years, he was not only the number 1 in the Holy Thunder Clan, but also the number 1 in the Saint Spirit sector. Unfortunately, with the invasion of the gods and demons, as well as his actions that disregarded the interests of the Holy Thunder Clan time and time again, his prestige continued to decline. Unexpectedly, the other party appeared at this time. And it was not just one person, but all the members of the Holy Thunder clan who had disappeared appeared. After Lei Zhenke, many more holy venerables appeared in the Holy Thunder clan. Among them, there were some core extreme venerables that everyone was familiar with. Of course, for the people of the Tianwu world, the most familiar one should be their enemy, Lei Zhang. Unexpectedly, he had also broken through. He stood together with Lei Zhang. Beside him were several holy venerables, who should also be from the Lei Zhang family. Behind them were some holy spirits from the Lei Zhang family. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of holy venerables and hundreds of thousands of holy spirits here. If it had been before, these people would have been nothing. Now that the two sides had fought to this extent, the appearance of this team was clearly different from the rest. This was because this was a team that could influence the direction of the battle. Zichun was stunned. He had not expected Lei Zhenke to appear at this time. The survivors in the city began to cheer. After all, it was the Spirit Clan who had come. No matter how one looked at it, they were more reliable than the gods and demons. Moreover, they were from the Holy Thunder clan. Many people had guessed that the disappearance of the Holy Thunder clan was actually a ploy. Now that they had appeared, it was a truly powerful move. The gods and demons looked at each other. Obviously, they had not expected Lei Zhenke to appear at this time. Old Ge flew out from the ground. His expression was ugly. No one knew whether it was because of his serious injuries or because of Lei Zhenke's unexpected appearance. I didn't expect you to come. Ninghua looked at Lei Zhenke with an indifferent expression. Lei Zhenke smiled faintly and said, "Speak to me. Am I very close to you?" Ninghua was stunned, but he didn't know what to say. In fact, the two of them had known each other for many years, but they were just acquaintances. Lei Zhenke continued, "That's why I said, if you're not familiar with me, don't talk too much. First, figure out who you are." Lei Zhenke stretched out his hand and said, "For example, right now, I need to find someone to show my might, and you've appeared. So, if you don't die, who will?" As Lei Zhenke's palm descended, boundless lightning flashed. A terrifying palm imprint descended from the heavens and landed on Ninghua's body. Boom! Ninghua's body exploded. An ancient saint venerable died without a complete corpse. Lei Zhenke retracted his palm and nodded in satisfaction. "I haven't made a move for so many years. Looks like the results are pretty good." Ninghua, Cheng Ho roared. Looking at the rain of blood, his eyes turned red. "Lei Zhenke, I'm going to kill you." Lei Zhenke smiled and said, "Come over if you have the ability. Back then, I also wanted to kill you, but I never had the chance. Now, I'll give you the chance. Please come over." Han Nu stopped Cheng Ho. If he made a move at this time, he would be seeking his own death. The cheers in the city disappeared. Everyone looked at the scene in a daze. Didn't the Holy Thunder clan appear to help the Tianwu world? Why did it turn out like this? Even the members of the Holy Thunder clan behind Lei Zhenke were stunned. Obviously, they also thought that by appearing at this time, they could help Zichen and the entire spiritual world. Lei Zhang mockingly laughed. As for Lei Zhenghongtian, he grinned at Zichen. However, his smile was somewhat cruel. Emo Luan and Old Man Gu looked at each other. Both of them were shrewd people. At this moment, they didn't say anything. Lei Zhenke's gaze moved, and everywhere he looked, there was silence. The thick smell of blood filled the surroundings. The entire world was silent. That's more like it. The quiet atmosphere made Lei Zhenke smile. He said with some disappointment, "It's just that I couldn't let you see more of my methods. It's more or less a pity." Then, Lei Zhenke looked at Zichen and said, "I came here to look for you." Zichen stood there with the flowing broken blade in his hand. He said indifferently, "Looking for me? Is there something you need?" How should I put it? Lei Zhenke thought for a moment and asked, "Do you still recognize me?" Zichen was slightly stunned. "What kind of words are you saying? How can I not recognize you? If it weren't for the fact that I can't beat you, I would have chopped you up right now." Compared to Lei Zhenke, Zichen was closer to Ninghua. If he really had the ability, he wouldn't mind chopping Lei Zhenke down to avenge Ninghua. Zichen pondered for a moment and said, "If I remember correctly, you have a dog by your side called Lei Zhang, right? And there's a group of dogs following behind him?" "Zichen, you're courting death." Lei Zhang was angry. In fact, he felt somewhat wronged. Damn it, I didn't provoke you. How dare you take the initiative to humiliate me? Haha. Lei Zhonke laughed loudly. Zichun, so you're still the same Zichun. What a pity, what a pity. Zichun knew what Lei Zhonke felt pity about. Perhaps in Lei Zhonke's opinion, after he broke through to the Saint Venerable level, he would become the same Saint Venerable Zichun from back then. In fact, Zichun also thought the same at that time. He had also made plans. However, he didn't know why, but after he broke through, he was still himself. All right, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Give me the coordinates. Lei Zhonke stretched out his hand and said coldly, give me the coordinates. Not only can I save you, but I can also save everyone here. These gods and demons are not worth a fart in my eyes. The gods and demons were ignored, but they didn't say anything. They just quietly watched the situation develop. It was just a few words, and they wouldn't lose much. It was better than Ning Hua, who had lived for countless years only to be slapped to death. Zichun asked, what coordinates? Lei Zhonke's face turned cold. Do you want to die? Zichun said helplessly, things have already come to this. Even if you want my life, I will give it to you without hesitation, let alone a mere set of coordinates. Looking at Zichun's sincere expression, Lei Zhonke said, you have already become a Saint Venerable. There shouldn't be any secrets left. Zichun Hall, have you sensed it carefully? The coordinates are inside. Zichun stretched out his hand, and Zichun Hall appeared. Other than some weapons left behind from back then, there is nothing inside. If you don't believe me, you can take a look for yourself. Zichun Hall flew towards Lei Zhonke. Lei Zhonke's soul power surged, and everyone felt as if a soul storm had swept through the place. The light of the purple imperial palace immediately dimmed, and the palace spirit, Su, appeared. Don't hurt her, Zichun shouted. In an instant, Zichun Hall had changed owners. Sure enough, there is nothing. Then what use do I have for you? Lei Zhonke glanced at Hall Spirit Su. With just a glance, Hall Spirit Su's body disappeared. Lei Zhonke, you bastard. I will kill you. Zichun's eyes surged with boundless killing intent. Hall Spirit Su was dead. Don't worry, it will be your turn soon. Lei Zhonke said, didn't you say that I can take your life? I want it now. Lei Zhonke slapped down. It was the same method he used to deal with Ning Hua, and it landed on Zichun's body. There was a loud boom. Zichun's body exploded, turning into a rain of blood. Only a flowing blade fell. Chapter 4800. After Lei Zhonke appeared with the Holy Thunder Clan, all the survivors in the city cheered, thinking that they had seen hope. But they didn't expect Lei Zhonke to attack the Spirit Clan first. First, he killed the ancient sacred master Ning Hua with a slap. He had guarded the god-suppressing gate and protected the Spirit Clan for countless years. Then, he killed Hall Spirit Su with a glance. Finally, he slapped Zichun. Zichun, who had been called invincible for many years, was slapped to death just like that. The rain of blood made people dizzy. They couldn't believe that this was real. The existences of the Demon Clan and the God Clan were stunned. They didn't know if they should be excited to see the enemy they had schemed against for so many years die just like that. Imoi was dumbfounded. Zichun died just like that? What was Lei Zhonke's intention? The white-robed and black-robed old men were also stunned. They didn't expect Lei Zhonke to make such a choice. What kind of method was this? Su Mengyao's body swayed, and she almost fell to the ground. Lin Shui came up in time to support her, but her mood wasn't much better. She could only barely endure it. The monk roared, "Old thing, I'm going to kill you." The monk got up and was about to soar into the sky. The demon ape grabbed the monk. Now wasn't the time to be impulsive. Obviously, Lei Zhonke was invincible. Behind Lei Zhonke, many members of the Holy Lightning Tribe had complicated expressions on their faces. Only the members of the Lei Zhong family had undisguised smiles on their faces. Lei Zhong Hongtian's gaze was wantonly looking at the few women below. His eyes flashed with greed from time to time. Most members of the Holy Thunder Clan were grateful to Zichun because Zichun had made a lot of contributions to the Holy Thunder Clan. At the last moment, he even fought for the Holy Thunder Clan. They didn't expect this to be the outcome today. What a good old dog. It seems that it was reasonable for me to look down on you back then. Chung Ho walked forward with boundless killing intent in his eyes. One after another, ancient sacred masters walked out. Even though they were riddled with wounds, they still stood up. As the ancient Saint Venerables walked out, Wang Xian, Devil Ape, and the others also stepped forward. Their eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. At this moment, the people of the Tianwu world did not lose their courage because of Zichen's death. Instead, they became even more determined to kill him. Wasn't it just dying in battle? The moment they chose to stay, they were already prepared to die in battle. Death was not frightening to them. Old Man Gu was amused when he saw this. He didn't expect things to develop to this point. He had originally thought that Lei Zhengke's appearance would be a little dangerous. Who would have thought that it would become a battle between the spirit race and the spirit race? Now, they didn't even need to do anything. The astrals were going to fight to the death. Lei Di looked at Lei Zhengke, feeling like he was a stranger. Lei Zhengke lowered his head and looked at everyone. There was only disdain in his eyes. All of you have the determination to die. Of course, this is excellent. Unfortunately, you don't have the qualifications. After he finished speaking, Lei Zhenku looked around. I don't know where you're hiding or what you're up to, but I can tell you that if you don't show yourself, these people will be trampled to death by me like ants. No one knew who Lei Zhenke was talking to, but it was obvious that there was an existence here that Lei Zhenke was afraid of. Or rather, there was a true enemy of Lei Zhenke. Just as everyone was puzzled, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the midst of the blood rain that filled the sky. That ray of light was a dot at first. Then, it became brighter and brighter. Finally, it turned into a ball of lightning. The lightning exploded, and the terrifying aura of a sacred master surged out like ripples. The people in the surroundings felt this aura and immediately retreated. They were all shocked. They didn't know that there was an expert hiding in the dark. A person appeared in the blooming lightning. When the lightning faded, everyone's expression changed when they saw the person's appearance. It was Zichun. Zichun, who had just been killed by Lei Zhenke, but for some unknown reason, he had returned with full blood. His essence, energy, and spirit had reached their previous peak, perhaps even stronger. His aura was also colder. You were faking your death. Seeing this, Lei Hongtian couldn't help but ridicule. You think you can fool the Lord with this kind of insignificant skill? Childish, really childish. Zichen glanced at Lei Hongtian. The latter didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling in his heart and subconsciously wanted to retreat. This was his unique intuition after becoming a sacred master. Another ray of light appeared in the sky. A bolt of lightning that wasn't very bright fell on Lei Hongtian's body. When the lightning appeared, it didn't cause much of a commotion. Even when it fell on Lei Hongtian, it wasn't very strong. Countless bolts of lightning lit up on Lei Hongtian's body, and an earth-shattering explosion sounded. Lei Hongtian turned into a part of the lightning and disappeared. You think you are qualified to speak in front of me? Sacred Master Zichun said indifferently. His eyes were extremely cold, and there was an indifferent aura around him. Hearing this voice, the faces of Chung Ho and the others changed. Then, they looked at Zichun in the sky in disbelief. Han Nu also found it hard to believe. Sacred Master Zichun turned around and cupped his fists in a certain direction. There was no one there, but if one looked carefully, there were two old men squatting on the ground. However, after this action, the two old men stood up and returned the greeting to Zichun from afar. Sacred Master Zichun turned around and looked at everyone. His eyes were filled with nostalgia. Finally, he said, "Long time no see." "It's you," Chung Ho said. This time, he was sure of the other party's identity. Han Nu covered her mouth. This beauty, who had always been cold, was crying at this moment. "My lord," Lei Di shouted excitedly. His voice was trembling. The sacred masters from back then immediately cupped their fists and bowed to Zichun, calling him my lord. At this moment, everyone was very excited, because the sacred master Zichun from back then had returned. Their former leader had finally returned. Old Man Gu and the other gods and demons also opened their eyes wide and looked in front of them in disbelief. Is this the Zichun from back then? Compared to the others, the expressions of Tyrant and the others were complicated. Seeing that Zichun was not dead, they were very happy. However, this Zichun in front of them was not the Zichun they knew. His aura was obviously different. For those who were familiar with Zichun, this was not the same person at all. Are you really Zichun? Old Man Gu finally spoke. His emotions were fluctuating. I am very happy to see that you are not dead. Don't worry, I will soon. Sacred Master Zichun looked at Old Man Gu and the other old acquaintances and said. However, before he could finish, a palm print fell from the sky and hit his head, hitting the ground. Chapter 4801. Lei Zhenke's sudden attack was like a sneak attack. The previous 2 slaps had killed 2 holy sovereigns. What about this slap? Was the holy sovereign Zichun, who was no longer the holy sovereign Zichun, still alive? You have been dead for too long. I'm afraid you have forgotten your identity. For many years, no one dared to be arrogant wherever I am. Lei Zhenke said indifferently as he looked at the human-shaped hole below. A person flew out from below. It was the holy sovereign Zichun. He was not dead, and he was not even injured at all. You have indeed changed. You have become slightly stronger. The holy sovereign Zichun nodded and said. Lei Zhenke snorted and said, Put away your arrogant expression. After I killed you back then, you no longer have the right to put on airs in front of me. As for my strength, it is definitely not something that a dead person like you can judge. As soon as he said that, it immediately caused an uproar. For those who were still alive back then, the death of the holy sovereign Zichun had always been a mystery. Everyone guessed that the holy sovereign Zichun might have been ambushed, which was why he did not survive until the last moment of the battle. However, they did not expect that the person who killed the holy sovereign Zichun was Lei Zhenke. Logically speaking, Lei Zhenke's strength was ordinary, and he was not famous at all. He was not even qualified to stand behind the holy sovereign Zichun. How did he kill the holy sovereign Zichun? However, no matter what method he used, the mystery that had existed for many years was finally solved today. The holy sovereign Zichun said, Although you ambushed me back then, I am still very confused. How did you obtain such powerful strength? This secret, when you die again, I will naturally tell you. Lei Zhenke stretched out his hand and said, Now, give me the coordinates. What coordinates? The holy sovereign Zichun asked. Stop pretending. If you don't give me the coordinates, I will kill everyone here. Perhaps you don't care about the lives of others, but these people that you once knew will die because of you. Lei Zhenke said coldly, You're really naive. Back then, I just casually mentioned the coordinates, and you actually believed it. You even planned for so many years because of it. The holy sage Zichun shook his head and said, You are so naive. What? Could it be that the coordinates were fake? Lei Zhenke could no longer remain calm. He stared at Saint Zichun with a crazed look in his eyes. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In order to find those coordinates, he had worked hard for many years. He was even willing to bring the reborn Zichun to his side and watch him grow step by step. Now, the person who had been reborn actually said that the coordinates were fake? How could he accept this? Of course it's true. Saint Zichun said again, You're so childish. Why do you believe everything I say? How did you become a hero for so many years? You, being played in front of so many people. Lei Zhan gritted his teeth politely. Hurry up and hand over the coordinates, or everyone will die. You. Saint Zichun looked at Lei Zhenke and said, Little guest, don't be fooled by your old face. In fact, you're still very young. When it comes to killing people, I'm your ancestor. Lightning flashed around Saint Zichun. In an instant, a few shadows appeared around him. This is the lightning tribe's footwork. Little guest, you haven't forgotten, right? Before the shadows disappeared, Saint Zichun's voice rang in Lei Zhenke's ears. In the next moment, there was a loud boom, and Lei Zhenke's body flew straight up into the sky. Saint Zichun waved his hand and looked to both sides. The divine demons noticed Saint Zichun's cold gaze, so they quickly retreated. Eugene, Demonic Wheel, Xiaoge, you guys are really good at living. However, this is as far as you can go. Hearing Saint Zichun's words, Everyone was extremely nervous and continued to retreat. Go to hell. Lei Zhenke's voice rang in the sky. With a mighty aura, he was like a lightning meteorite falling from the sky, smashing towards Saint Zichen. Saint Zichen smiled faintly and said, "Little guest, you're still too young." His body soared into the sky like a ray of light and collided with Lei Zhenke's body. Lei Zhenke's body changed direction and flew straight into the distance. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not, but that was where Old Man Gu was. Old Man Gu widened his eyes and watched helplessly as Lei Zhenke approached him and collided with him. Puff. Old Man Gu, who was already injured, coughed up blood from the impact of Lei Zhenke's attack. Lei Zhenke, who had stabilized his body, was furious. He slammed his palm down, and the lightning in the sky gathered to form a palm print, almost covering the entire sky. As a member of the Lightning Tribe, I'll show you the speed of the Lightning Tribe today. Zichen's words were said to everyone in the Holy Thunder Clan, but his voice rang out beside Lei Zhenke. Extreme speed. The Lightning Tribe's extreme speed. Saint Zichen punched out, and Lei Zhenke was sent flying. His speed was still as fast as a meteorite, and this time, he collided with the ancient demon lord Eugene. Eugene spat out blood and fell to the ground. If the first time was a coincidence, the second time was intentional. When the others saw this, they retreated again. Saint Zichen actually used Lei Zhenke as a hidden weapon to deal with them. You're not stupid. Saint Zichen's cold voice rang out again, but this time, he was beside Lei Zhenke again. Then, he took advantage of Lei Zhenke's unstable body and kicked him. It was like kicking a rubber ball in the mortal world, and it accurately hit Demonic Wheel. Demonic Wheel coughed up blood and fell to the ground, but he didn't dare to say anything. Saint Zichen wasn't the only one who had displayed his powerful combat strength. Lei Zhenke was also worthy of being called the #1 expert. At least, he wasn't injured after being hit by Saint Zichen until now. The others looked at this scene in shock. Saint Zichen was too powerful. Although he was hitting Lei Zhenke, he was definitely suppressing all the divine demons with his own strength. As if this wasn't enough, Saint Zichen grabbed Lei Zhenke's ankle and used him as a human weapon to attack the approaching divine demons. One by one, the divine demons were sent flying, and they didn't dare to move forward. As for Lei Zhang and the other divine venerables, they were even more dumbfounded. Enough! Enough! Zichen, you little brat, I want you dead. Lei Zhenke roared furiously. Then, the energy around his body surged, and an aura that surpassed the ancient, sacred venerables erupted from his body. This was the aura of a demon. It was like a demon from a different world had actually appeared in the saint spirit world. In that strange world, Lei Zhenke, who had not fought at all, had actually turned into a demon. Boom! Lei Zhenke broke free from Saint Zichen's right hand and stood there indifferently, looking at Saint Zichen coldly. Chapter 4802. Lei Zhenke stood in the sky, his hair disheveled. He looked like a mess. However, no one dared to laugh at him. Everyone had a shocked expression on their faces. This included the two old men. This was because this was a realm that had not appeared in the spiritual realm for many years. It was also a realm that had disappeared from this world for many years. Demon. As existences who had been to the other world, they could empathize with him. This was the realm that they had been chasing but had never reached. However, today, Lei Zhenke had reached it. The shock that Cheng Ho and the others felt was indescribable. They knew how difficult it was to become a demon. Previously, they had brought back a demon's inner core, but they had not been able to break through. How did Lei Zhenke break through? Saint Zichen stopped attacking. His expression was slightly solemn. Lei Zhenke stood indifferently and looked down at Saint Zichen. I've been teasing you since the beginning. Can't you see? So what if you're Saint Zichen? Back then, when you were commanding the world, I was standing behind you and looking at you mockingly. I think you're like a clown, performing all kinds of funny acts. Zichen shook his head and corrected him. Little guest, you're wrong. Back then, you were not qualified to stand behind me. Those who stood behind me back then were comrades who fought for the survival of the spirit tribe. You were not qualified. Zichen, don't be so smug. Lei Zhenke scolded. If I hadn't taken you in, you would have been a rat running for your life. You should be grateful to me for your resurrection today. What right do you have to stand in front of me and say that I'm not qualified? Lei Zhenke had been in the Saint Spirit realm for many years, but no one had ever dared to say the word qualified in front of him. Today, Saint Zichen's words completely hurt him. Perhaps what Saint Zichen said was true. During the war back then, Lei Zhenke was an insignificant existence. That was why he cared so much about the word qualified. When Lei Di heard this, he felt very conflicted. Lei Zhenke did not say this back then. After so many years, he only found out the truth today. Holy Master Zichen said, "So, as an abyss devil, you abandoned the Thunder Clan once again for your own scheme. You didn't hesitate to let the Thunder Clan bear the infamy and endured until now. So what if you're the publicly acknowledged #1 person in the spirit realm? In my eyes, little guest, you are still not qualified." You know, Lei Zhenke's expression changed. For many years, Lei Zhenke had never cared about the Holy Thunder Clan. Not only that, he even intentionally allowed the Lei Zhang family to do whatever they wanted, even if it was something extremely absurd. As a result, the reputation that the Holy Thunder Clan had built up over the years was ruined with the invasion of the gods and demons. It wasn't easy for Zichen to help them accumulate some, but Lei Zhenke actually chased Zichen away and hid himself with the Holy Thunder Clan. After the news got out, the Holy Thunder Clan was completely humiliated. At this moment, the people of the Holy Thunder Clan in the distance were also moved when they heard this conversation. Other than the Lei Zhang family, who was used to doing evil and still believed that there was nothing wrong with what they did, the others fell into a state of reflection. They had always acquiesced to the orders from above and never questioned it, even if they already knew that it was wrong. After all, the people above would definitely consider the big picture more than them. Now, the truth was revealed. It turned out that it was not like that. Holy Master Zichen said, "Although I didn't show up all these years, I was still watching this world. Naturally, I know everything that little Zichen has experienced." The expressions of Zichen's friends changed. Shangguan Yu's expression changed the most. Holy Master Zichen coughed softly and said, "All these years, it's all thanks to little Zichen's hard work and cultivation. He specially gave me a part of his energy, so I still have my professional ethics. I still didn't see what I shouldn't see." Shangguan Yu blushed. At this moment, if Zichen was still alive, he should know why he consumed so much more energy than others every time he cultivated and broke through. It was not only because he was talented, but also because someone was secretly stealing his energy. Speaking of which, after so many years, little guest, you're still the same. You haven't changed at all. Holy Master Zichen said earnestly, "That's why I said that you couldn't achieve anything back then. Even if you became the strongest demon, you still hid for so many years. That's why you still can't achieve anything. For you, success has nothing to do with strength. It's only about your personality." *T. Zichen, stop acting all high and mighty. You lost to me, and I've already killed you once. Now, give me a quick answer. It's either you live or you die. Lei Zhenke's anger had reached its peak. Give me an answer now. Choose between life and death. May I know what kind of situation is a dead end? Holy Master Zichen asked again. Lei Zhenke, who was already extremely angry, had no choice but to explain to Holy Master Zichen. If you don't give me the coordinates, it's a dead end. That goes without saying. I choose to live, Holy Master Zichen said without hesitation. Such a straightforward answer stunned everyone. Back then, Saint Sovereign Zichen was so cold and aloof. Why would he make such a choice? Even Lei Zhenke did not expect this. After being stunned for a while, he laughed out loud. Zichen, although I despise your choice now, I have to say that you're wise. As a demon, I can kill you with just a thought. You chose to submit to me at this time. Although you're a fence-sitter that everyone despises, it's also human nature. Although I really want you to choose the dead end, because I have countless ways to search your soul. After killing you, I can get what I want. Haha. Zichen interrupted Lei Zhenke's laughter. Little guest, you're thinking too much. What I mean is, even if I don't give you the coordinates, I can still live. You can't kill me at all. You're talking big. Lei Zhenke's eyes were filled with murderous intent. It seems like you're determined to choose the dead end? Holy Master Zichun stretched his body. You're just a demon. Do you really think that you're invincible? Lei Zhenke emphasized. Demons are invincible. In this world, only I can reach the demon realm. You're thinking too much. You're thinking too much. Holy Master Zichun yawned again. If that's the case, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. Today, he would settle the grudges of 2 lifetimes. Lei Tian, Lady, come quickly. Why? Are Lei Tian and Lady your backup plan? Lei Zhenke was really happy when he heard that. Zichun, you definitely didn't expect that idiot Lady would have killed Lei Tian long ago. Even if you have a backup plan, you're only left with half of it. Holy Master Zichun looked at the proud Lei Zhenke and said, Little guest, you're too childish. As soon as he finished speaking, Lady flew to the sky and came to Holy Master Zichun's side. He stood behind Saint Zichun, cupped his fists, and shouted excitedly, Lord, Lei Zhenke, we meet again. A voice came from the sky and a man descended from the sky. It was Lei Tian, also known as Lei Tianshi. There was a little beast beside him. The little beast glanced at Holy Master Zichun and then descended to Su Mengyao's side. Lei Tian, you're not dead? Lei Zhenke looked at Lei Tianshi and was shocked. He then looked at Lei Di. You, how dare you lie to me? Lei Tianshi said with disdain, you're really getting worse. Lei Di and I grew up together. What kind of friendship do we have? Do you think that Lei Di would kill me just because of a few lies? Oh, I'm not called Lei Tian anymore. I'm Lei Tianshi and he's Lei Di. After that, Lei Tianshi cupped his fists and bowed to Holy Master Zichun and called him Lord. Holy Master Zichun nodded and said, Since we're all here, let's send him to heaven. Yes, sir. Lei Tianshi smiled while Lei Di was in a daze. However, in the next moment, the 2 of them turned into 2 rays of light. They were 2 different laws and entered Holy Master Zichun's body. One is heaven and one is earth. We're all here. Holy Master Zichun smiled and said, Little Lei, I'll send you to heaven now. The laws exploded in Holy Master Zichun's body. Then, a demonic aura emerged. The laws of the Saint Spirit world were easily broken by Holy Master Zichun. Holy Master Zichun punched out and Lei Zhenke, who was in the demonic state, flew out of the world. Little guest, wait. Don't run so fast. Holy Master Zichun said as he turned into a ray of lightning and chased after Lei Zhenke. After the 2 of them disappeared, the whole world shook. Then, Tianwu world sank more than 1,000 feet into the void. Chapter 4803. With the departure of the 2 demon-level existences, the Tianwu world returned to its original peace. However, everyone's emotions could not be calmed down for a long time. Cheng Ho, Lady Frost, and some others who knew Zichun well knew that Zichun had brought 2 children from the alternate world. However, when they went to the alternate world, they found that there were no humans there. Even in the alternate world, there was not a single human. Then, what did Saint Zichun bring back? Now, everything was clear. It was the rules. The rules of heaven and earth in the alternate world. Lei Di was able to do whatever he wanted in this strange world because he was born from the laws of this world. However, today, the rules of the alternate world had helped Saint Zichun enter the demon realm. But what about Lei Zhenke? How did he break through when heaven and earth were obstructed, and there were no additional rules to help him? The battle that was supposed to continue was still stopped. The group of ancient holy sages from the 2 races, who did not even dare to breathe and were injured by Saint Zichun, rose into the air again. However, after looking at each other, they did not know what to do. Continue the battle? But what if Saint Zichun came back? Or what if Lei Zhenke came back? Of course, the best result would be that both sides were injured and died in battle. Old Man Gu seemed to be in low spirits at the moment. It was unknown whether he was injured or his soul had suffered a blow. The atmosphere was too silent. Emoluan laughed. Why? Are you going to die? Old Man Gu sighed. It would be good if I really died, so that I won't be bullied. He was very depressed. Whether it was Zichun, who had died first, or Lei Zhenke, who had lived until now, he could not compare to them. The plans that he was proud of were simply unbearable in front of the two of them. There was no need to mention Saint Zichun. Back then, he had died long before the battle. Unexpectedly, he had already made preparations for his next life. Everything that happened today was naturally a backup plan from back then. Lei Zhengke was even more so. He had been a demon for a long time, but he had never revealed it and had endured until now. Speaking of which, if Lei Zhengke had shown this realm earlier, would they still have invaded? Would they still have dared to invade? However, the problem at hand was whether or not the battle should continue, and how should it be fought. The members of the Holy Thunder clan looked at each other in dismay. Today, they were actually feeling very complicated. What they had heard had completely overturned their worldview. What are you waiting for? Could it be that you can't tell what His Excellency is trying to do? Lei Zhang turned around, looked at the group of Holy Thunder clan members and said discontentedly, "Why don't you hurry up and kill everyone in Zichun's world before he comes back?" The gods and demons, who didn't know what to do next, had their eyes light up when they heard Lei Zhang's words. Interesting. They chose to remain silent. Now, he really hoped that the two sides would be able to fight it out. The members of the Holy Thunder clan did not move. At least, most of them did not move. Only those who were used to following the footsteps of the Lei Zhang family were eager to give it a try. Lei Zhang saw all of this and realized that even if those who supported him attacked together, they would not be able to kill the Saint Venerables in Zichun's world. Although these people were all heavily injured, there were many ancient Saint Venerables among them. This battle would not be easy to fight. What is the meaning of this? Are you going to disobey His Excellency's orders? Lei Zhang immediately made a decision in his heart. He looked at these unmoved people and said, "Don't forget that you were able to break through completely because of His Excellency. The reason why His Excellency brought you here is very clear. If you don't attack the people in Zichun's world now, you will be disobeying His Excellency's orders. Bear the consequences yourself." One of the Saint Venerables hesitated and said, "His Excellency did not give such an order, right? Then let me ask you, why did His Excellency come here?" Lei Zhang looked at that Saint Venerables with an aggressive gaze. That Saint Venerables fell silent. "Didn't His Excellency bring us here to kill Zichun and destroy his world? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and attack." Another Saint Venerables spoke. Naturally, he was on Lei Zhang's side. The deities and demons were watching the show from afar. The Spirit Clan was really interesting. Even at this time, they still did not forget to fight among themselves. It was really interesting. Listening to the argument between the two sides, Tyrant could not help but shout, "Hey, idiots! You are so arrogant now. What if Zichun comes back?" That one sentence caused the place to immediately become quiet. That's right. What if Saint Zichun returns? With his demon realm, he could probably kill everyone with a slap. Tyrant's gaze swept past Lei Zhang's face and looked at the people of the Holy Thunder clan who could not make up their minds. "Zichun usually does not scold you because he is magnanimous. I am different. I am used to being free and unrestrained. I do not care about others." Tyrant said sarcastically, "You are a bunch of idiots." A dignified great clan with many wise and resourceful existences was actually messed up by a few clowns. In the current situation, even the deities and demons are not attacking. After being bewitched by a clown, you are actually hesitating. You are really stupid. Bastard, who are you calling a clown? A holy venerable on Lei Zhang's side shouted angrily. Tyrant said indifferently, "I am talking about you. You, Lei Zhang and his people. Why are you not convinced? Come and give it a try. Lord Zhang has just killed an ancient holy venerate, and I'm not satisfied yet. Come, let Lord Zhang test your abilities." Tyrant raised his spider scythe, and a murderous aura surged out. Even in a heavily injured state, the murderous aura still made the other party's expression change. Subconsciously, the other party took a step back. Tyrant was even more disdainful. "See? You don't dare to come up, but you are still shouting. This is to encourage you idiots to die." Tyrant became more and more agitated as he spoke. "Speaking of which, I have not been here all this time. If I were in the Tianwu world and saw Zichun, who was expelled once, helping you idiots wholeheartedly, I would break his legs even if I could not kill him, so that he would not be able to leave this house. Compared to you, Zichun might as well help the celestials and demons. Zichun has been expelled twice, and all of you have become mutes. Only Zichun can stand you. If it were me, I would kill all of you ingrates first before coming back. You are heartless and unscrupulous. You are an eyesore to me." The celestials and demons were still laughing, but they agreed with Tyrant's words. He looked like a monk, but he did not have the compassion that a monk should have. On the other hand, Zichun had a reputation for killing, but he was a good person who would rather suffer losses. "You heard it, right? They are calling you idiots. What are you still hesitating for? Why don't we join forces and kill them quickly?" Lei Zhang began to encourage them again. At this moment, the sky lit up and a person began to fall. Everyone looked up at the sky, and their expressions were extremely nervous. At this moment, the person who appeared would determine everyone's life and death. It was getting closer. It was a young figure. It was Holy Sage Zichun. His figure descended. It was unknown when he put on the battle armor, but it was already damaged beyond recognition. There were some shocking wounds on his body. Seeing Zichun, some people wanted to look at the sky, but Holy Sage Zichun waved his hand and said, "Don't look. I am the only one who came back." "Impossible. How could Sir die?" Lei Zhang said in disbelief. Holy Sage Zichun glanced at Lei Zhang and said, Don't worry. I have never seen someone so anxious to die." After saying that, Holy Sage Zichun pointed his finger forward, and a ray of light appeared on his fingertip. The ray of light was like a seed, flashing with lightning. When it fell into the void, it took root and sprouted. In the end, it did not turn into a tree. It turned into a person. Chapter 4804. A dazzling golden light spread in all directions, as dazzling as the sun. The Holy Sage Zichun nodded and smiled in satisfaction when he saw this. That's how it should be. The golden light faded, and the figure's face was revealed. It was Zichun. Two Zichuns stood in the sky, and they were both holy sages. However, their auras were completely different. The Zichun's eyes were still filled with confusion. His memory was still stuck on Lei Zhang's slap. After seeing the holy sage Zichun in front of him, Zichun's eyes widened. It was as if he was looking at himself in a mirror. The only difference was that his expression had changed greatly, while the person in front of him was still smiling. Zichun sensed that the person in front of him had the purple soul, the Chen technique, and the power of lightning. It was clearly him, but he looked down at himself again. If the person in front of him was him, who was he? The others were also shocked when they saw this scene. Before this, no one had the confidence to fight. Now that they saw two Zichuns appear at the same time, they lost even more of their will to fight. If they couldn't even defeat one, how could they defeat two? The Devil Ape and the others were extremely excited because they knew that the one who appeared later was the Zichun they knew. The one before was the Holy Sage Zichun. "This is my power, not yours." The Holy Sage Zichun seemed to know Zichun's confusion. He smiled and explained, "You have your own power." Zichun stretched out his hand. There was lightning flowing in his palm, but it was very different from the power of lightning in the past. It looked like the power of lightning, but there were two completely different attributes in it. Zichun remembered. It was the power of yin-yang lightning. It was the power of yin-yang lightning that had been fused in the past. Now, Zichun could sense these two attributes once again. Then, Zichun sensed his physical body and realized that it was not the Chen technique, but the God of War technique. As it was activated, rays of light flowed out. After that, Zichun sensed his soul power and discovered that his soul power was no longer purple. His soul power had turned black again. This was the soul energy he had condensed using the Dark Ghost Devouring Soul technique. I can use my soul power from back then again. Zichun's heart skipped a beat. Light flowed in his eyes, and the long-awaited eye technique appeared once more. This was the eye of the demon god that had once disappeared. Saint Zichun looked at the shocked Zichun and said, "The purple soul, the art of Chun, and the power of thunder are mine. The soul-devouring art, the war god art, and the power of yin and yang are all yours." This was indeed Zichun's own strength, which he had painstakingly cultivated over the years. As for the previous strength, it was refined. However, Zichun was still puzzled by his resurrection. The holy sage Zichun said, "Don't think too much. I didn't just take away a branch, I also took away a seed. The branch grew into a big tree, but I never used the real seed until I used it to revive you. Previously, your strength was not at the level of a holy master. Now that you have the strength of a holy master, it should be because of the thunder seed. That is the real thunder seed, you know?" It was rare for the holy sage Zichun to make such a joke. Zichun realized that the holy sage Zichen's body was fading. This shocked him and gave him a bad feeling. Well, it seems like it's going to disappear again. The holy sage Zichun lowered his head and looked at his status. He said, "Then let's make it short. I have already dealt with Lei Zhenke. This is a grudge between me and him. It was an accident that I was ambushed by him back then. This thing is for you. I got it from Lei Zhenke. Now that he is in a coma, you must be careful and not be bewitched. Lei Zhenke's breakthrough to become a demon should be related to it. Lei Zhenke is just a small problem that can't be any smaller. The rest of the problems will depend on you to solve. Don't be careless. This world is far more complicated than you think. If there is something you don't understand, just look for the two seniors. They might be able to explain it to you." No matter how he said it, it sounded like he was saying his last words. Zichun looked at the unfamiliar him in front of him. For a moment, his emotions became complicated. In the past, he was afraid that he would become the holy sage Zichun. However, today, the holy sage Zichun was standing in front of him. Moreover, he could disappear at any time. He felt sad again. The holy sage Zichun patted Zichen's shoulder. "The heavens and earth are in turmoil. The rules are broken. The rest of the problems will depend on you. Don't be sad. I will not die. This is the soul power of Lei Tian and Lei Di. You will be responsible for reviving them." Then, Zichun heard a voice transmission. Lei Di is a dull person. He does not know how to be flexible. He has a one-track mind. Unexpectedly, there are girls who really like him. So, you must let the lovers be together. Don't let them wait too long. Zichun nodded. Of course, he knew who the holy sage was talking about. As for Lei Tian, the holy sage did not say anything else. The holy sage Zichun turned around and looked at his old friends. He smiled at them. Finally, his gaze landed on Han Nu's face. "Live well." Han Nu's face was covered in tears. She cried silently. Then, she looked at Shang Ti. "You must live too." Shang Ti's eyes were filled with worry. "All of you must live." The holy sage Zichen's body disappeared. The pressure in the heavens and earth disappeared. It meant that the holy sage Zichun had disappeared. Or rather, the demon-level Zichun had disappeared. Only Zichun was left. The heavens and earth were filled with sadness. The gods and demons heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. Although Zichun had come back to life, the demon-level Zichun had died. This was still very, very good. At the very least, the holy sage Zichun was much easier to deal with. After calming down, Zichun held the flowing sword. He looked forward and said, "Let's continue." Old Ji's eyes flashed. Then, he looked at Lei Zhang and said, "Friends of the Holy Thunder Clan, shouldn't we work together now?" Lei Zhang was of course willing to work together, because no matter what, Zichun would not let him go. Just as Lei Zhang was about to nod, Zichun looked at him. Lei Zhang, who was about to speak, closed his mouth subconsciously. Zichun said calmly, "Actually, it doesn't matter what your answer is. Because of Lei Zhenke's indulgence of you, the Holy Thunder Clan was ruined by you. Now that Lei Zhenke is dead, there's no point for you to live." Lei Zhang wanted to step back subconsciously. Zichun looked at the sky. The sky began to distort. Lightning fell from the sky and landed on the people below. There were hundreds of lightning bolts. The one in the lead landed on Lei Zhang's body. With a loud boom, Lei Zhang died. Then, the other lightning bolts landed on the other Lei Zhang clansmen. Every bolt of lightning was a lightning controlling technique. Therefore, every bolt of lightning could take away a life. Zichun did not know how many Lei Zhang clansmen were outside. In short, all of them were killed. The reason why these people could come here was because they were the true descendants and experts. In addition, the Holy Thunder Clan clansmen who wanted to kill Zichun at the beginning also died. Zichun did not know them, but he only needed to sense their killing intent. If they had killing intent, of course they had to die. Lightning bolts came one after another. There were hundreds of them in total, extinguishing all the killing intent. As for the other Holy Thunder Clan clansmen, they stood there and did not dare to move. This was because this scene was a complete massacre. Zichen ignored them. Instead, he looked at the gods and demons again. At this moment, Zichen could clearly feel the strong uneasiness in their hearts. This battlefield is too small, Zichen said. Let's change the environment. Chapter 4805. After his power returned, Zichen had the ability to mobilize the demon god painting. Everyone's expression changed drastically when they saw this scene. This was because they all knew that the painting had a unique function, which was to forcefully suppress the realm. Although they were not sure if it could suppress the realm of a sacred venerate, even if it was suppressed to a half-step sacred venerate, or just a little bit, it was still extremely fatal to everyone. When Zichen took out the painting, everyone's expression changed drastically. However, they did not seem to have a good way to deal with such a painting. Some demons immediately charged at Zichen, but they could not get close at all. A short sword flew up from the ground and drew circles around Zichen at an extremely fast speed. Within this circle, all the celestials who approached were killed. The celestials who came later were somewhat at a loss. At his peak, Zichen's battle prowess was simply too terrifying. Moreover, after his rebirth, Zichen was able to mobilize the laws to restore himself. He possessed almost limitless battle prowess, which was extremely terrifying. The demon god painting unfolded as if a world had opened. Rays of light fell from the sky, enveloping everyone below. Then, one existence after another was sucked into the painting. Among them, the celestials were the most oppressed. Because the painting came from the demon god, it had a huge suppressive effect on all the celestials. Therefore, the celestials were the fastest to enter. The celestials could at least resist a little, but in the end, they could not escape the fate of being sucked into the painting. Zichen shifted the battlefield into the painting. After entering the painting, Zichen was like a god looking down on all the celestials and demons. In the sky, black clouds rolled, and a murderous intent surged out. Then, rays of demonic light fell one after another and began to kill everyone here. For the time being, Zichen had not used the method of suppressing the realm. Because there were too many people, suppressing the realm with all of them would consume too much of his energy. Zichen, are you trying to kill everyone? Old Man Gu sighed when he saw this scene. Then, he took out an ancient lamp. The ancient lamp was extinguished. The material was simple and unadorned. At a glance, one could tell that it was not an ordinary item. All Protoss, gather around me. Old Man Ge's voice echoed in all directions. He pointed at the ancient lamp with his finger. A divine ray fell on the ancient lamp and lit it up. The ancient lantern lit up with a faint light that shone in all directions. The pressure of the scroll was completely blocked. At the same time, the attacks that fell from the sky were directly dispersed when they encountered the light of the ancient lamp. The seriously injured Eugene's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. However, before he could speak, Old Man Ge's voice rang out. My energy is limited, and I can't protect everyone. I'm afraid you have to think of a way yourselves. Eugene snorted in dissatisfaction. However, since things had developed to this point, it was reasonable for Old Man Gu to protect the Protoss. After all, once Zichen was killed, they would become enemies. Therefore, Eugene didn't intend to hide anything. After exchanging glances with the ancient Saint Venerables, they formed a strange seal. This seal didn't have any offensive power. It only rippled out. However, Zichen soon discovered that these ripples actually passed through the demon god scroll and reached the outside world. Zichen was stunned. In an instant, he sensed a summoning power. However, he didn't know what these people were summoning. After withdrawing his consciousness from the outside world and seeing what was happening in the city, Zichen's expression changed drastically. He instantly retreated from the scroll space. The Saint Venerables who had the demon god's inheritance and were killed by Zichen showed signs of abnormality. Their bodies began to glow and change. Some became arms, some became torsos, 4 limbs, a head, and pure power. In an instant, those manifested body parts began to converge and then turned into a person. A person surging with billowing demonic energy. Zichen's eyes widened as he looked in front of him in shock, because this person that was pieced together by many Saint Venerables was none other than the demon god who should have fallen back then. He had actually come back to life. The demon god's eyes were extremely empty, like two deep black holes. In fact, it was because he had no eyeballs. The eye of the demon god was still with Zichen. However, this didn't hinder the demon god's vision. He glanced at Zichen, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, without his eyeballs, this smile looked particularly sinister. "We meet again." Zichen didn't know what to say. In fact, he was extremely shocked. The demon god had actually come back to life. The others didn't recognize the demon god, but when they saw the strange combination, they were all shocked. The demon god looked up at the sky. The demon god scroll was still there. Then, he looked around. "This is your world?" The demon god shook his hand, and the scroll in the sky fell down into his hand. He flipped it over, and everyone inside came out. The demons were still in shock and didn't know what had happened. Eugene and the others were extremely excited. They immediately went forward and bowed to the demon god. "Greetings, Lord Demon God." As soon as this sentence was said, it caused a commotion. The demon god was a true legend to the demons. Old Man Gu was taken aback. This trump card of the devil race was completely out of his expectations. He thought that the demon's trump card had been destroyed by Zichen. He didn't expect that there would be such a huge trump card. The demon god waved his hand and said, "Leave this world and wait outside." Eugene and the others immediately did as they were told, even though they were puzzled. Old Man Gu guessed the demon god's meaning and looked even more surprised. This was because the demon god's action was very profound. If he won, the demon god could control everything here alone. On the other hand, if he died in battle, Eugene and the others could escape. He actually left a way out for the demons. Was this the demon god's lack of confidence? Old Man Gu and the rest of the gods stayed there, somewhat in a dilemma. The demon god ignored Old Man Gu and the other gods. Instead, he looked at Zichen with his empty eye sockets. His expression was very calm, as if he was looking at someone familiar. "You're not surprised?" On the contrary, Zichen was confused. "Why should I be surprised?" the demon god asked. "Because I'm not a demon. I'm a spirit, and your demon god's eye is with me," Zichen said. The demon god nodded. "I just find it interesting, but now I want my eye back." "What if I don't give it to you?" "Then you'll have to kill me." The demon god's voice was very calm. "If you kill me, you won't want the demon god's eye." Zichen still couldn't understand. He had given it to the wrong person. Why wasn't he angry at all? Suddenly, Zichen thought of a possibility. "Did you already know that this day would come? Was this your plan?" "Yes and no." The demon god said, "If they had the ability to surpass me, it would be great. Unfortunately, they died in battle. Then I can only appear. It's the same for you. If you have the ability to kill me, the demon god's eye is yours." The demon god was very sincere, which made Zichen even more confused. But the next moment, the demon god showed his true killing intent. Obviously, he really wanted to take back the demon god's eye that belonged to him. Zichen glanced behind him and said, "Everyone, retreat from the city." Zichen could see that this was the last battle, so he wanted to live and die with this city, or rather, his world. Buzz. Chapter 4806. The demon god's painting scroll was in the hands of the demon god, but it did not exert its full power. This was because Zichen was now considered the owner of the demon god's painting scroll. The demon god could only release the person inside, but he could not use it to deal with Zichen. As the blade light approached, the demon god stretched out his hand. Demonic light flowed in his palm as he tried to catch the attack. However, at the moment when it was close, his expression changed slightly. He suddenly withdrew his hand and retreated. Even the demon god had to pay a price for daring to block the light of the flowing blade with his hand. Looking at the blood in his palm, he looked surprised and looked at the blade. "This is a demon-level weapon." Zichun approached the demon god and slashed down again. The blade light drew an arc in the sky. Everyone else retreated far away. Old Man Gu did not let the god clan leave together. Perhaps in his heart, he still wanted to fight for his own purpose. However, he had put away the magic lamp from before to avoid unnecessary trouble. Zichun and the demon god were fighting in the sky. Powerful ripples were constantly spreading in all directions. The city that had already been breached was now shrinking continuously. Plants disappeared one after another. Jono forcibly collected the energy. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed. The others could take advantage of this time to heal their injuries. This was extremely precious because even when Zichun used the array, he only bought everyone 20 breaths of time. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and landed on the demon god. The demon god was bathed in lightning and retreated. This was Zichun's lightning manipulation technique. However, at this level, it was impossible to determine life and death in an instant unless the difference in combat strength between the two sides was too great. The demon god was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. He was injured and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. That blade is not bad. Your lightning manipulation technique is indeed extraordinary. Boundless demonic chi surged like a huge monster was gathering in front of him, giving Zichun a sense of oppression. Zichun's expression was cold as he slashed down with his blade. The boundless demonic chi was split into two and collapsed in front of him. However, the demon god was nowhere to be seen. Zichun's eyes flashed. The eye of the demon god, which he had not used for a long time, appeared. Everything in the world changed before his eyes. This was a gaze that could see through everything. Then, Zichun fixed his gaze on a certain spot and slashed down again. Blood splattered in the sky as the demon god appeared in another direction. There was a bloody scar in front of him. He looked at Zichun and said, "It seems that you have completely mastered the eye of the demon god." His voice was calm, and there was no anger in his words. There was even a hint of admiration that Zichun could not understand. Whoosh! A beam of light appeared, bringing with it a powerful sword will. This was the sword of lightning. Another wound appeared on the demon god's body. This attack seemed to have made him recall the past. "It seems that you are really amazing to be able to kill those who have received my recognition." Back then, the lightning controlling technique and the lightning sword were both amazing techniques. You actually mastered them all by yourself. The demon god's wound healed on its own. He looked at Zichun and continued, "But I see that there is something wrong with your lightning energy. You are unable to unleash its full power." Zichun's lightning energy used to be the yin-yang lightning. However, Zichun had not used it for many years and was not used to it. Only an existence at the level of the demon god could sense that Zichun was lacking in power. Zichun was silent, but he began to mobilize the yin and yang powers. Under the naked eye, the yin and yang powers intersected and were clearly separated. The flowing blade trembled violently, as if it was about to lose control. A huge crack appeared in the martial heaven world. It was as if a blade had slashed apart the heavens. A huge crack appeared in the martial heaven world. The demon god was at the end of the crack. There was an obvious cut on his chest, but he did not have the energy to suppress the injury. Therefore, his wound healed quickly. When the other gods saw this, they did not know what to say. Looking at the current situation, although the demon god was very calm, he was constantly being suppressed by Zichun. In terms of power, the demon god was no match for Zichun. It was the same in terms of physical strength. Looking at the light flowing around Zichun's body, Old Gu had a feeling that Zichun's physical cultivation technique was from the god realm. After all, the physical body of the gods was terrifyingly strong. Your combat strength is not weak, but it is almost impossible for you to kill me like this. The demon god opened the scroll again and said, "Let's fight to the death here." Zichun rushed in without hesitation. Old Gu watched silently. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger. The two people who entered the demon god scroll were bound to fight to the death. However, for some reason, he felt that it was very likely to be Zichun. If Zichun really made it out alive, what would happen to the god race? Zichun could mobilize the demon god scroll, which proved that he had the power of the demon soul. In addition to that, Zichen's physical body was like that of the gods. He alone gathered the power of the gods, demons, and spirits. The last confrontation between Zichen and the demon god was a battle of souls. The demon god's manifested soul was very tall, like a demon, exuding an evil aura. Zichen's soul also appeared. His soul was completely black, and then it constantly twisted and transformed. Finally, it became a ferocious ghost. The demon god looked at this scene, and his expression changed a little. Maybe it really is him. The two venerable level souls collided. There were no advanced techniques, only the most primitive battle. Every time they collided, it would cause a violent tremor. In the demon god scroll, Zichen and the demon god stood quietly. In the sky above, the two souls were fighting. Every collision would form a soul tide that surged into the distance. The entire space was violently distorted, and the power formed was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, there was no one here. Otherwise, they would have been torn to pieces by the distorted energy. Just as the battle in the painting was about to erupt, it was strangely quiet outside the painting. The demon clan retreated outside, the god clan did not launch an attack, and the survivors of the Tianwu world were recovering from their injuries. The people of the Holy Thunder clan did not leave either. In fact, they were at a loss because Lei Zhenke was killed, and many holy venerables had died. The people who were originally very famous in the Holy Thunder clan were all here at this moment. For example, Li Haoqing, Yi, the second ancestor of the bloodline, and Lei Di, whose fate was unknown. However, compared to the others, Old Man Ji's mood was very heavy because no matter how he looked at it, his plan this time was in vain. In the demon god scroll, the two colliding souls surged back. The consciousness of the two people returned, but they did not continue to attack. The demon god looked at Zichen with his empty eye sockets. Zichen said, "You lost." The demon god's aura began to weaken. However, he was not depressed. Instead, he laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Zichen asked. "You are indeed more suitable to be the demon god than I am," the demon god said. "What nonsense are you talking about? I am from the spirit clan, not the demon clan," Zichen said in a deep voice. The demon god laughed again, but his smile was strange and mysterious. "Do you know why I still gave you the demon god's eye when I knew you were from the spirit clan? Because you are destined to become the demon god. So treat them well and bring them to a better future." After saying that, the demon god's body collapsed. The human body that the demon god had pieced together earlier began to disintegrate, turning into countless black rays of light that flew towards Zichen and entered his body. There was pure soul power, demonic power, and physical strength. Chapter 4807. The waiting time was long and somewhat torturous, especially since the Shen clan did not know how to deal with the current situation. The scroll rippled in the sky. Old Man Gu was anxious and slightly uneasy. Those from the Holy Thunder clan were communicating with each other through their spiritual senses. They did not know what to do at this moment. Perhaps it was best not to move. The Ling clan in the city did not care and continued to recover from their injuries because there might be a tough battle ahead. The more they recovered, the more enemies they could kill on the battlefield. The two old men who had greeted Holy Lord Zichen were no longer embarrassed to hide in the crowd. However, they did not participate in this battle and just watched. Old Man Gu looked over from time to time. To be honest, he did not know these two old men. Shenhao, on the other hand, knew them and said that they were just storytellers. But were these two storytellers qualified for Holy Lord Zichen to greet them? It seemed that there were still secrets in this world that he did not know. Buzz. There was a vibration in the sky. The demonic god scroll was trembling. A person walked out. Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky, wanting to see who had emerged victorious. The person standing in the sky was Zichen. He held the flowing broken blade in his hand. His expression was calm. There were some wounds on his body, but they were not serious. The expected scene of both sides being injured did not happen. Old Man Gu was slightly stunned. This result was expected, but he definitely did not expect Zichen to win so easily. He originally thought that Zichen might lose half his life because of this, just like before. In this way, he still had a chance. Even for the Shen clan, This was an excellent opportunity. Zichun smiled at Old Man Gu, then reached out and grabbed the scroll. Not good. Old Man Ge's expression changed drastically. The magic lamp from before appeared again. This time, the magic lamp released a bright light that almost covered 1/3 of the Shin clan. Let's go. The next moment, Old Man Gu shouted, and the magic lamp led everyone away. Zichun opened the demonic god scroll. The remaining Shen clan members who did not manage to escape in time began to be swallowed by the scroll. During this time, some Shen clan members struggled to escape, but more entered the demonic god scroll. The fate of these people was needless to say. Zichun chased after Old Man Gu, not intending to let him go. After Old Man Gu and his people left Zichun's world, they did not care about the consumption of energy. They continued to operate the magic lamp and flew away. Its speed far surpassed that of a spiritual boat. When Eugene and the others saw this, their expressions changed. Without much thought, they immediately ordered the demon race to stop the god race from escaping. The demons moved. Their former allies were about to become enemies at this moment. Old Man Gu was furious. These fools thought that the Fiend Celestial had won and that he was about to escape. Actually, he wanted to run, but not because he was scared off by the Fiend Celestial. Idiot, hurry up and run. Zichun will be out soon after killing your demon god. Old Man Gu cursed angrily. His divine power skyrocketed again. The protection of the magic lamp seemed to have become a real existence, and just like that, it crashed into the crowd of demons. For a time, the sound of explosions could be heard. Zichun stood outside the world, just in time to see the demon race in a complete mess. His eyes were extremely cold, full of murderous intent. Rays of light lit up in the void, and one after another, lightning bolts appeared out of thin air and fell on those devils. This was the art of controlling lightning. Although it was scattered to a large extent, it was still very powerful. Any 9-star Saint Spirit, even a half-step Saint Venerable, who was hit by it would die immediately. As for the Saint Venerables, none of them had been hit so far. Because of the Sword of Lightning, the sword light traveled through the void and quickly approached a Saint Venerable of the demon race. In an instant, it pierced through his body. Then, without slowing down, the sword light continued toward a second Saint Venerable of the demon race. Zichun stood where he was. The demons around him died one after another. Eugene and the others reacted quickly, especially when they saw Zichun. They did not have time to think about what was going on. They turned and ran. As soon as they ran, the other demons also ran away. At this point, the two races had mobilized a large number of troops to surround and kill Zichun. In the void, the lightning continued. Zichun was harvesting one life after another. Suddenly, battle cries came from Zichun's world. It was the people of the Holy Thunder Clan. They had not fought since they came here. Now, they started to chase after the fleeing demons. Speaking of which, this was the most impressive performance of the Holy Thunder Clan since the war started many years ago. A Saint Venerable from the Pei family clasped his hands at Zichun. Then, he turned into a beam of light and flew away. The other Saint Venerables did the same. Some Saint Venerables went to chase after the deserters. Some Saint Venerables returned to the Holy Thunder Clan to gather the troops. Lei Jinka only brought a portion of his people. There were more people in the clan. After all, the Holy Thunder Clan's main force had not been depleted after so many years of war. Without Lei Jinka and Lei Zhang, the Holy Thunder Clan was much more united. Except for a few who were still hesitant and grumbling, more people started to send out troops. As a result, a large-scale siege began. The main force of the Holy Thunder Clan was mobilized to kill the Celestials and demons. How could this be? How could Lord Demon God be killed by Zichun? Emo Yin Shanzhua was still in disbelief as he fled. Emo Jingtian was also not in a good mood. It was supposed to be an excellent situation. Who would have thought that it would turn out like this? Now, they were like stray dogs. They started to flee. In comparison, Emo Yijin was very calm. After he returned, he started to gather the troops that belonged to him. During this time, his troops were conscripted again and again. Therefore, the remaining troops were mostly his direct subordinates. Now, he was leading these direct subordinates and starting to retreat. As they retreated, they passed by many star regions. They did not encounter any resistance. Their retreat was very smooth. However, among the many escape routes of the demons, only Emoesian's route was the fastest. As for the other routes, it was either there were people who came out to resist, or the teleportation portals were suddenly destroyed. Then, the demons there were killed by the Holy Thunder Clan. Because they had deployed their main forces to the Tianwu world, the defeat of the Celestials and demons could be said to be disastrous. As the news spread, the whole world was in an uproar. The Ling clan finally had the courage to fight back. For a time, the flames of war were reignited in various places. Amidst this, there were some idle guerrilla teams that appeared on the path of ambushing the demons. Among these teams, there were either leaders or strategists who were once Zichen's clones. They had been helping the teams fight or coming up with strategies. Chapter 4808. The spirit race, who had lost their courage and had been constantly oppressed, naturally would not let go of this opportunity to beat them while they were down. For a time, the war became extremely intense. Battles broke out in every city on every planet. Wherever there were gods and demons, there would be battles. This was the spirit race's counterattack. The entire Saint Spirit realm was filled with battles. All the spirit race's bloodlust seemed to have been aroused. Even though countless people had died, the spirit race still had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. Therefore, after all the people fought, they obtained an overwhelming advantage. The gods and demons suffered great losses on their way to escape. As for this kind of scene, it had actually started very early in the previous era, and not until now. In the previous war, the spirit race's powerhouses had not only defeated all the invading gods and demons, but they had also led their troops into the god and demon realms, killing the two races without leaving a single one behind. However, in this era, they lacked a leader, so the battle only started at the end, resulting in a large-scale counterattack. Many self-organized forces had started to chase after the gods and demons, but only for a short distance. This time, after being defeated in the Tianwu world, the gods and demons immediately retreated. However, not many of them returned. Relatively speaking, Emoesian was quite fortunate. Because of his actions in the past, the spirit race did not dislike the demon race in the area that they occupied. After they began to flee, the Astrals allowed them to do as they pleased. Thus, Emoesian withdrew his troops as he fled, and he was the one with the least casualties. However, when the other demons wanted to pass through here, they were met with the spirit race's counterattack. Because Emoesian had not expended too many troops to attack these places, the spirit race did not suffer too many losses. They only did not retaliate because of Emoesian's benevolence. However, it was impossible for these demons to pass through. Under the circumstances of conserving their strength, almost all the demons who came to pass through were killed. While the war was breaking out everywhere, the Tianwu world became the most peaceful place. Just dealing with the corpses took a very long time. Not only did the gods and demons suffer great losses, but the spirit race also suffered great losses. After all, many cities had fallen, and only one main city had survived. Luckily, Jono alone was enough to repair the city. However, during this time, Zhao Fu would need to replenish Jono's energy. The corpses of the gods and devils were the best nourishment. Before those cities were repaired, the southernmost part of the Tianwu world used to be a dense forest, but now it had become a desert, and the ground was covered in blood. The corpses of the great battle had been cleaned up, but a terrifying aura still lingered in this place. Zichen appeared and looked around. After the great battle, countless people had died, and the residual Qi here was extremely dense. The little fairy flew to Zichen's side and also looked around. After a while, she asked, "Have you decided?" Zichen nodded. Many people had died in this battle. They had died for the sake of the Tianwu world. Zichen had to do something for these heroic spirits who had died in battle. The little fairy opened her mouth and spat out a spiritual light. This was a seed. After landing on the ground, it took root and sprouted, beginning to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was a bamboo, but it wasn't green, but dark black. Zichen could clearly sense that the surrounding Qi began to gather towards this bamboo. After growing to a height of dozens of feet, this bamboo began to multiply, and one bamboo after another grew out from the surroundings. These bamboos were called ghosts. They could gather all the yin qi in the world, and at the same time, they also had the effect of preserving souls. In the Great Battle, some people had lost their strongest physical bodies, but even more had died completely. Ziqian had planted the yin soul here to give them a chance to come back to life. All the unclaimed corpses would be buried here. This place would also be the future cemetery of the Tianwu world. All the heroes who had died in the battle would sleep here. The original yin qi here is limited, so I need to inject additional yin qi. As more and more ghost bamboos multiplied, the growth speed obviously slowed down. With a thought from Ziqian, the rules of heaven and earth appeared and began to break down the yin qi and the spiritual power, constantly gathering it here. In the blink of an eye, the original desert became filled with gusts of cold wind, and the occasional sound of ghosts crying could be heard. The surrounding heaven and earth became gloomy, as if there was an inexplicable layer in the sky, and even the sun couldn't shine through. It will take some time to complete, but now it's time to bury them. When the ghost bamboos multiplied, they deliberately left open areas one after another. These places were the graveyards of the fallen heroes. This project wasn't small. Not only did they have to bury everyone here, but they also had to erect tombstones for them. The tombstones were made of a kind of yin-gathering stone. There weren't many of these stones in the Tianwu world, so they had to buy them outside. Those who were cleaning up the corpses on the battlefield would separate the corpses of the gods, demons, and spirits. Among them, the corpses of the gods and demons would be placed in a unique teleportation array. There were 3 independent spaces underground. The corpses that entered the teleportation array would arrive at these 3 huge spaces one after another. One space belonged to the brood mother, one was the territory of the queen ant, and the last space was where Jono's foundation was. The brood mother was eating in large mouthfuls to recover the energy that had been constantly used up in the battle. The queen ant was also eating in large amounts. She had started a battle right after she had advanced, so her subordinates were still low level. They couldn't make full use of the advantages of being a holy venerate. At the same time, almost all the black ants had been wiped out in this battle, so new black ants were urgently needed. Jono's tree roots were like spiritual snakes, twining around the corpses of the gods and demons, quickly devouring their energy. Jono could easily convert this energy into the energy he needed. Before the battlefield was cleaned up, Jono started to repair the damaged main city. In just half a day, a brand new tree city that looked exactly the same appeared. At the same time, some vegetation appeared outside the tree city. These vegetation quickly grew into towering trees, which then turned into tall tree ants that started to collect the corpses around them. In another direction, black ants crawled out. They were also looking for corpses and moving them underground. However, the corpses of the spirits were deliberately left behind. Not long after, the broodmother's creatures also joined in. The ones who had suffered the most losses weren't those who had lost the city, but the 3 main forces of Ziqian. Close to 10 billion lives had been lost. If they wanted to recover, they would need to constantly replenish their energy. Moreover, it would take a long time. However, in the future, their combat power was destined to reach a higher level. This time, the gods and demons hadn't been able to conquer Ziqian's world. They believed that it would be even more impossible in the future. All the survivors could foresee that an invincible world was about to appear. Chapter 4809. Time passed day by day, and the entire Holy Spirit realm was at war. Only the Tianwu world was peaceful. Every day, the Tianwu world would undergo new changes. Although the entire world had not yet been covered in greenery, the cities of the past were reappearing one after another. After the danger was over, most people began to recover on their own and no longer used elixirs. Therefore, the recovery process was relatively long. Ziqian would take a look around the city every day. If there was a place that needed his help, he would use the rules of order to help. At present, no one had come to the Tianwu world, and because the various teleportation portals had been destroyed, no one had left. At present, the Tianwu world was still self-sufficient. However, Some things about Zichun had already spread in the Holy Spirit realm. At the same time, there was also the truth of the past. As a result, Lei Zhangke, who had already died, received even more infamy. Fortunately, the people of the Holy Thunder Clan had already come to their senses and began to actively prepare for war. They went all out to hunt down the demons, so their reputation was no longer tarnished. It could be said that the reason the gods and demons had been defeated was entirely because of Zichun. Who would have thought that something that the entire Saint Spirit realm couldn't do was accomplished by Zichun alone? Then, the spirit race that had launched the attack gradually realized that the gods and demons, who had once been almost invincible, were nothing more than this now. On the 6th day after the end of the war, the taverns reopened. Thus, the people who had worked hard for the day all entered the taverns to drink and chat to pass the time. In 6 days, many corpses had been disposed of in the Tianwu world, but not all of them had been disposed of. It would still take a long time, but fortunately, Zichun's 3 main forces had helped. Compared to the tired people, the 3 main forces had not slept or rested. They did not know exhaustion. The 2 old men in the tavern were also there, but there was no storytelling business. The 2 of them drank the cheapest wine. The other drinkers around did not notice the 2 old men. A ray of light appeared, and Zichun appeared. However, it did not cause a sensation in the tavern. "Seniors, do you have anything you want to say?" Zichun looked at the 2 old men. He had heard of their storytelling a long time ago. At that time, he vaguely felt that these 2 old men were somewhat unusual. He also guessed that they might be Saint Venerables. However, he didn't expect them to be so extraordinary. The black-robed old man shook his head, indicating that he had nothing to say. The white-robed old man hesitated for a moment and said, "Once some of the bottlenecks in the world are opened, it might trigger a series of changes." "What changes?" Zichun asked. The white-robed old man shook his head this time and said, "Avacania, Avacania," but it wasn't that he didn't know. Clearly, this was something that made it difficult for him. Zichun didn't continue asking and planned to leave. The white-robed old man suddenly said, "Why don't we sit down and have a drink?" "No, thank you. I'll disturb you another day." With that, Zichun's figure disappeared. The white-robed old man stroked his beard and was a little depressed. "This child is a little unreasonable. Can't he see that the 2 of us are struggling to make ends meet? We're drinking the cheapest wine." Of course, Zichun wouldn't have thought that these 2 mysterious old men couldn't even afford to drink wine. In his eyes, perhaps any item that the 2 of them took out was some kind of amazing treasure. Time passed, and the Tianwu world developed on its own. It didn't contact anyone from the outside world, nor did it send people to inquire about information. One day, a Saint Venerable from the same family as Pei Wanyao came to the Tianwu world. When he lowered his head and saw the state of the Tianwu world, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. The destruction was so serious, but it was amazing that all the cities could be built in such a short time. He turned his head and looked in a certain direction. Even though he was a Saint Venerable, he could sense that the yin qi in that place was extremely heavy. He saw a cemetery. During this time, the graves were separated by a strange kind of bamboo. In front of some of the graves were the remnants of the weapons used by the owners when they were alive. This Saint Venerable was shocked by Zichun's generosity, but he didn't stop for long. He went to the sky above the city and explained the purpose of his visit. Zichun went to see this Saint Venerable called Pei Wanlong. Pei Wanlong first told him about the current situation in the Saint Spirit world. Then he told him about the current situation of the gods and demons. Zichun listened quietly. This was a clue that he didn't know, so there was no harm in listening. The gods and demons that have retreated haven't returned to their respective worlds. Instead, they've set up camp at an entrance. Obviously, they don't plan to give up. They're stationed there to defend and counterattack. It wasn't easy for them to come to this world, so they weren't willing to retreat just like that. Zichun could understand this. Some of us have discussed and decided to completely drive the gods and demons away. At this point, Pei Wenlong's expression was a little awkward. Zichun took the initiative to ask, "You want me to go over?" Pei Wenlong said with increasing awkwardness, "In this war, the Holy Thunder Clan didn't contribute much, so we decided to help the Holy Thunder Clan regain some face." It's just that there are still ancient holy sovereigns among those gods and devils. That's our weakness. That's why they recommended me to come here. They want you to lead us again and drive those gods and devils out in one go." When Lei Zhenke was still alive, the people of the Holy Thunder Clan didn't know what to do. Now that Lei Zhenke was dead, they had their own ideas. For the Saint Spirit world, this was undoubtedly a good thing. But for Zichun, this wasn't necessarily the case. There were many ancient saint venerables in his world, but they were all in a state of serious injury. Because they didn't use medicinal pills to heal, their recovery was very slow. Although the current situation seemed to have stabilized, no one could guarantee that there wouldn't be any accidents. Therefore, Zichun didn't immediately agree. After pondering for a while, he said, "The Tianwu world has suffered heavy losses. This time, I still have a lot of things to deal with. How about this? When you reach the entrance where the gods and demons are, tell them that I'm asking them to leave. If they don't leave one by one, I'll personally send them off after I'm done with the things here. At that time, I might directly send them to their doorsteps one by one." They couldn't ask Zichun to come out, but at least they got a word from him, so it wasn't considered a fruitless trip. Now, it was up to whether the gods and demons would give Zichun face or whether Zichun's reputation was enough to intimidate them. At the same time, the other big clans also took out their responsibilities and prepared to send all the gods and demons to the entrance or home in one go. At this moment, an abnormality suddenly appeared in the void somewhere. A tall ancient tree appeared. The ancient tree flashed with lightning, and there were many bright fruits on it. At first glance, it looked like the tree of lightning of the Holy Thunder Clan. However, its size was much, much larger than the tree of lightning. It suddenly appeared from the void without any warning. Chapter 48:10. The appearance of an ancient tree that was much larger than a world naturally caused a huge commotion. All sorts of news spread in an instant. Originally, the focus of all the spirit race was on how to chase away the gods and demons. However, with the appearance of the tree of the lightning ancestor, everyone's attention was diverted. From afar, the tree of the lightning ancestor was filled with fruits. Even the leaves and branches were emitting a bright and dazzling light of thunder. Those who noticed this scene were stunned at first. None of them knew why the sacred lightning ancient tree of the Holy Thunder Clan had come here alone. However, they soon discovered that this was not the same thing. This ancient tree was much larger than the one of the Holy Thunder Clan. The fruits that had formed on it were all extraordinary. Thus, some people tried to approach the sacred lightning ancient tree in an attempt to pick some fruits. Even a leaf would be fine. As everyone knew, every leaf of thunder leaf in the Holy Thunder Clan was worth an astronomical amount of money. This was because every leaf of thunder leaf meant that one could gain enlightenment under the tree of the lightning ancestor at a close distance. It was even possible to obtain techniques that belonged to the Holy Thunder Clan. Some people tried to approach it, but were pushed away by a strong force. Other than that, they did not suffer any attacks. This gave those who tried a glimmer of hope. They tried again and again, until someone succeeded. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Zichen's world gradually recovered. Many cities reappeared. However, this time, the cities no longer had the protection of the array formations. Moreover, because of the damage, the population had decreased greatly. Many places were empty. Zichun was not in a hurry. After the great battle, everyone needed to rest and recuperate. The Tianwu world also needed a long time to develop. Lei Tianshi and Lady Soul still showed no signs of awakening. Thus, Zichun placed them in an independent spiritual space, hoping that time would change everything. Lina had not broken through, so her injuries recovered extremely quickly. She had already started to deal with various post-war matters. One of the most important things was to reward those who had made contributions. A certain amount of compensation would be given to those who had contributed. At the same time, the families of those who had died in the battle would have to be compensated. In addition to the pension, he also had to provide everyone with a stable place to live. This was because the Tianwu world wasn't just Zichen's home. It was also the home of many people. There were many things, big and small, that required Lina to arrange personally. As for Zichun, Because he was not familiar with the situation, he could only be a bystander. In the treehouse, Zichen took out an item that was given to him by the Lord. He said that it had something to do with Lei Zhenke's breakthrough. However, it was shrouded in light, so Zichen could not see what was inside. However, he was sure that it was a living creature, as the Lord said that it was in a deep sleep. Suddenly, a black aura appeared on Zichen's face. His originally handsome face became cold and gloomy. Even his temperament changed. Here we go again. Zichen immediately sat down cross-legged and adjusted his aura. A lot of magic power appeared in his body, including abdomens. This was the aftereffect of the battle with the demon god. Although the demon god had died, his power remained in his body. The trouble in the Tianwu world was not over yet, so Zichen could only suppress his power in a hurry and go outside to solve the problem. At that time, if Old Man Go and the demons were more stubborn and chose to fight to the death, it was not certain who would win in the end. However, they were afraid and ran away directly. They did not notice Zichen's abnormality. Zichen's ability to survive was not entirely due to luck. At least, the magic power that tried to integrate into his soul was completely devoured after encountering the soul-devouring technique. It did not have any effect on Zichen's soul. This was the main reason why Zichen could deal with the enemy without changing his expression. However, it would take a long time for his power and body to completely transform and devour the demon god's power. It was very common for people to throw tantrums like today. Fortunately, the time of backlash had long passed. This kind of small quarrel was almost no problem for Zichen. Not long after, everything returned to normal. The magic power of the demons stabilized again and was then condensed and absorbed by Zichen bit by bit. The part that was absorbed was, of course, the purest magic power. It would not turn him into a demon. In fact, even if the power of the demons could not be suppressed and Zichen became a real demon, Zichen felt that the demon god was overthinking. Becoming a demon did not mean that he had to kill innocent people like the other demons. Among them, the most obvious example was Emo Ijan. Even if he took the initiative to become a demon from the Spirit Clan, he still had kindness towards the Spirit Clan. After suppressing his magic power again, Zichen walked out of the room. A ray of light fell from the sky, and Lord Pei Wanlong came to Zichen's side. His mood was fluctuating greatly, as if there was something urgent. What happened? Zichen asked. My lord, another lightning ancestor tree has appeared in the world. It is many times bigger than the lightning ancestor tree of our holy Thunder Clan, Pei Wanlong said anxiously. Pei Wanlong said anxiously, the biggest secret of our sacred Thunder tribe might be revealed to the world. Zichen's expression changed, because the first thing he thought of was the lightning tree in the demon suppressing gate. However, the demon suppressing gate was an extremely mysterious place. Even Lei Zhenke could not find it. How could the lightning tree appear by itself? In order to verify his guess, Zichen found Cheng Ho and told him about the situation. Cheng Ho's reaction was the same as Zichen's. It was almost impossible for that place to appear. Moreover, it had existed for countless years. How could it appear in the Saint Spirit world? With doubtful expressions, the next three people went to the demon suppressing gate where the lightning tree was. When they appeared, Zichen stood under the lightning tree. However, the first thing he saw was not the tall lightning tree, but countless attacks. These attacks were all directed at the lightning tree. Obviously, even if they could only knock down a single leaf, it would be a great opportunity for everyone. Zichen waved his hand and neutralized all the attacks. What's going on? Cheng Ho raised his head and looked at the lightning tree. It was actually the lightning tree in the demon suppressing gate. The lightning tree swayed gently, but this time, Zichen could hear what it was saying. It did not know what had happened, but at a very sudden moment, the space where the demon suppressing gate was located shattered. Then, it appeared in this world. The current Lei Shu was still in a state of confusion. Chapter 48:11. Zichen's appearance caused a commotion here. After all, he was famous to the point where almost everyone knew about him. While they were shocked, their faces were also filled with caution and vigilance. It was certain that this thunder tree did not belong to the Holy Thunder Clan. However, Ziqian belonged to the Holy Thunder clan, even if he had been banished many times. The meaning of Ziqian's appearance here today was self-evident. Many people appeared in the surroundings, but they did not try anymore. They looked at Ziqian warily, as if they were looking at an enemy. Cheng Ho was still talking to Lei Shu, but there was no useful information. Pei Wenlong was anxious. This thing was clearly a thunder tree that only the Holy Thunder clan could possess. If they obtained it, then everyone would have the power of Holy Thunder, and the Holy Thunder clan's advantage would be gone. Lei Shu still didn't know anything, which made Cheng Hao very confused. Suddenly, Lei Shu said, "I want to stay here and give them their last hope." "Who are they?" Ziqian turned around and asked. "The people who came here." Lei Shu responded to Ziqian, not as hostile as before. Ziqian looked at the fruits on the tree, as well as the extraordinary thunder leaf, and asked, "Weren't you ignorant just now? How did you suddenly know what you were going to do?" "I really didn't know before. They told me." "They? Who are they?" "Take a look for yourself." Ziqian's field of vision suddenly changed. It was as if he could see the entire Saint Spirit realm in an instant. Ziqian saw countless worlds filling his vision, but the most eye-catching ones were the other 4 species that far surpassed the world. There was a vine that had manifested from a plant. It was incomparably huge and covered with many small vines. From afar, it looked like a twisted heavenly snake that filled the world, and its body was covered with countless small snakes. "It says it's called Heavenly Snake." Lei Shu's voice sounded in Ziqian's sea of consciousness. "It says I'm called Soul Suppressor." Obviously, Spirit Suppressor was the name of the thunder tree, and Heavenly Snake was the name of the vine. Ziqian made a mental note of it. Ziqian's gaze kept moving, and he saw a tree full of nameless flowers. This flower tree was no smaller than the thunder tree. Every flower was glowing, and there was a small hole in the middle of the flower. It looked like an open mouth. "It's called the Devouring Dragon," Spirit Guardian continued to introduce. When Ziqian saw the third thing, he suddenly saw 8 tall gods appear around him. However, when he came back to his senses, he realized that it was a vine tree with countless gourds growing on it. "It's called the 8 Immortals." Before Ziqian could take a closer look at the 8 Immortals, a bright light appeared in his field of vision. The light had appeared by force, and Ziqian had to take it seriously. Ziqian couldn't see anything except the bright sun. "It's called Heavenly Sun." After Spirit Guardian introduced its name, Ziqian's vision was restored. These creatures that suddenly appeared were no smaller than the thunder tree, and they were all extraordinary. After they appeared, they attracted the attention of the nearby cultivators. Ziqian, on the other hand, was the first to see these creatures. Ziqian's consciousness returned, and he looked at Spirit Guardian again. Spirit Guardian said, "They said that since they appeared, it was fate. These things can only be obtained by those who are fated." "Why?" Ziqian asked again. This time, Spirit Guardian's answer was that he didn't know. The people around him didn't move, and they all looked at Ziqian nervously. However, after Ziqian arrived, he didn't do anything. His expression kept changing. Therefore, a heavenly venerate mustered his courage and asked from afar, "I wonder why Lord Ziqian came here today?" Ziqian's consciousness was pulled back. He looked at the heavenly venerate and said, "Nothing, I just came here to take a look." After saying that, Ziqian's figure disappeared. He actually left so quickly, which made everyone shocked. What was Ziqian doing? Pei Wenlong was very anxious because Ziqian didn't do anything when he saw the thunder tree. If he brought it to the Holy Thunder clan, then in the future, the Holy Thunder clan would be able to cultivate many experts. In the future, they would become the #1 sacred clan in the Saint Spirit realm. Just as he was hesitating whether he should remind Ziqian again, his vision blurred, and he found himself in the Tianwu world again. Pei Wenlong didn't have time to be surprised by the method of the spirit nucleus. He looked at Ziqian and said, "My lord, heaven and earth have inexplicably changed, and the thunder tree has its own will. No one can take it for themselves." Ziqian looked at Pei Wenlong and asked, "How's the situation over there?" Pei Wenlong said awkwardly, "Because of the appearance of the thunder tree, almost all the people who were guarding the god and devil realm have retreated. Our people have also retreated. This time, I came here to ask my lord to uphold justice." With the appearance of benefits, everyone gave up on the enemy. This was not beyond Zichen's expectations, and Zichen wasn't too disappointed. After all, he didn't have any expectations. This unforeseen event made Zichen feel uneasy, so he told Pei Wanlong that if he wanted the thunder leaf or the fruit, he should go there and try his luck. As for the idea of taking it for himself, it was better to completely give up. Whether Pei Wanlong listened or not, Zichen had conveyed his words. After he left, Zichen looked at Cheng Ho and asked, "What do you know?" Cheng Ho shook his head. "What's the origin of the soul-suppressing sect?" "I don't know. Back then, it was Zichen who led us to the demon-suppressing sect. We stayed there for a long time." Cheng Ho said, "It's said that it's a very ancient door that has always led to the demon realm, but now that the passage has disappeared, the demon-suppressing sect is gone. What about the others? Have you seen them before?" "They're not weaker than the soul-suppressing sect?" Zichen said. "I'm not sure." Cheng Ho shook his head again. Previously, he had seen those existences through the eyes of the soul-suppressing sect. They were indeed not weaker than the soul-suppressing sect. However, such existences had always been in the saint spirit realm, and they didn't know about it for countless years. No one really knew how strong the soul-suppressing sect was, but it was definitely an extraordinary existence. After Cheng Ho learned about the demon realm, he had been guessing whether the soul-suppressing sect was a demon. Seeing that Cheng Ho really didn't know, Zichen went to find the two old men. The two were still sitting in the tavern, as if their goal in life was to drink. Zichen's appearance surprised the two of them. "Seniors, you should have sensed the turmoil in the world, right?" The black-robed old man didn't say anything, but the white-robed old man nodded. "What's going on?" Zichen asked. "Why is there such an extraordinary existence in the world?" The black-robed old man said, "You've seen a demon. What's impossible? This is different." Zichen shook his head. "It's very difficult for a demon to appear in this world." This sentence was true. Zichen heard Cheng Ho talk about what happened that day. The reason why the Saint Zichen became a demon was because of Lei Tianshi and Lei Di. He used the identity of the two of them to become a demon. It could be said that he used the rules of a different world. Zichen even guessed that the reason why Lei Di could mobilize a part of the rules in his own world without suffering any backlash was because his world was related to the other world. Zichen didn't know if Lei Di had such means in other places. If so, then Zichen's other guess was that the other world was related to the Saint Spirit realm. As for why Lei Jinka could break through, it was because of the sleeping little thing. The white-robed old man smiled. "But it has already appeared, hasn't it? No matter what method is used, it has appeared." Chapter 48:12. Zichen left, but before he left, he noticed that there was something wrong with their gazes. Zichen did not know why, but when he was about to leave, he cupped his fists at the two of them again, thinking that he was not polite enough. Seeing Zichen leave, the black-robed old man said unhappily, "This Zichen looks smart, but he's actually stupid." The white-robed old man nodded. "That's right. Can't you smell the cheap wine? Even if you can't smell it, you should have noticed that we don't even have enough food to go with the wine. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? Even if you don't, you should show up normally and let everyone know that you're here. Maybe our future boss will treat you with good wine and food for free." Of course, Zichen did not know about the two of them. After he returned, he took out the thing that the Lord had given him. Once the sleeping existence woke up, Zichen might be able to ask something. After looking at it carefully for a while, Zichen tried to transfer some energy into it. The energy seemed to have activated the other party, and it was quickly absorbed by the other party. Zichen's eyes lit up as if he had seen an excellent idea. Therefore, he began to transfer energy into it, and every wisp of pure energy was devoured by this unknown creature. Just as Zichen was thinking of ways to awaken this sleeping creature, the outside world was in complete chaos. The situation was originally good for suppressing the gods and demons, but because the 5 trees suddenly appeared in the world, the situation changed. No one attacked the gods and demons anymore. They all went to the 5 trees, wanting to get benefits from there. Compared to the gods and demons, they were more willing to be the majority. The original location of the Thunder Tree was believed to be the place with the most benefits. As people kept trying, Not only did they obtain the thunder leaf, but they also obtained the fruit. The other party had just become a holy venerable, and his realm was still unstable. With this fruit, not only did he stabilize his realm, but he also obtained a lightning ability out of nowhere. When the news came out, almost everyone went crazy, so they all rushed there. However, not everyone could benefit. Other than a few lucky people who could gain something, almost all of them returned empty-handed. However, soon after, news began to spread. Someone was lucky enough to pluck a flower from another flowering tree. Not only did they use the flower due to break through, but the flower itself was also a magical treasure. After refining it, it could instantly enlarge and devour people. This flowering tree was called Devouring Dragon. There was also that enormous heavenly vine. Someone coincidentally obtained a small one, discovering that it could be used as a weapon, just like the immortal binding lock, able to lengthen or shorten, moreover extremely sturdy, extremely extraordinary. This vine was called Heavenly Snake. The most miraculous thing was the vine tree full of gourds. Each gourd had a natural imprint on it. Once a gourd was refined, 8 fairies would appear to fight. The 8 immortals were very mystical. However, the most mysterious one was the last plant. Its fruit was comparable to the sun, but as for what it was used for, no one had figured it out yet. Because the temperature around the heavenly sun was extremely high, it was difficult to get close to it. While the outside world was in turmoil, Zichen's world was still peaceful. Moreover, due to the various teleportation arrays being destroyed, almost no one knew what was happening in the outside world. Zichen was still providing energy to that inexplicable creature, hoping that it would wake up soon. During this period, the magical power had gone out of control twice, but he had already suppressed it. As time passed, the power left behind by the demon god became less and less of a threat to Zichen. Finally, the creature shrouded in light showed some abnormalities. An extremely weak soul fluctuation came from the front. Is it about to wake up? Zichen's eyes lit up. After providing it with a lot of energy, it finally showed signs of movement. Just as Zichen was carefully sizing up this creature, he saw the light in front of him flicker a few times, then immediately extinguished. Zichen only saw a tiny light, as small as an earthworm, disappear before his eyes. Zichen's expression changed slightly. Was it trying to escape? However, in the next moment, he suddenly felt a sudden pain in his neck, and then he lost consciousness. There was a small bug attached to Zichen's neck. During this period, it was injecting an invisible energy into Zichen's body. Zichen sat there, motionless. His eyes were open, but they were blank. That little bug had been injecting a strange energy into Zichen's body. After this energy entered Zichen's body, it went straight to his sea of consciousness, affecting his mind. Faintly, Zichen seemed to see one image after another. Suddenly, an image became clear. There was a high and mighty existence looking at him and saying, "From today onwards, I am your master." Zichen subconsciously called out, "Master, don't worry, since I am your master, I will never let you be in danger." With this promise, other images in Zichen's mind gradually became clear. They were some of his experiences. Every time he was in danger, his master's figure would descend from the sky at the critical moment, saving him from danger. The last image was of him fighting against the gods and demons. When the world was on the verge of destruction, his master appeared and turned the tide, even saving him from Legion Ku. As the images flashed through his mind, the confusion in Zichen's eyes gradually became clearer. In the end, he completely regained his clarity. "What did you see?" A voice rang in Zichen's ears. Zichen replied, "Master." When the little bug, which was still attached to Zichen, heard this, it was very satisfied. "If I had known it would be so simple, I would have saved you back then. Who would have thought that I would meet that idiot Legion Ku? He almost ruined my big plan." Zichen said, "Yes, Master. Legion Ku has been killed by Master." The little bug snorted and said disdainfully, "It's just a Legion Ku. With your master's strength, let alone one, even 10 Legion Kes would still die." "Right, let me see what happened during this time." Just as the little bug finished speaking, the images in Zichen's sea of consciousness flashed again. This time, it was forcibly reading Zichen's memories. It's the soul suppressor. It appeared, and the heavenly sun, the 8 immortals, and the devouring dragon appeared too. Chapter 48:13. Spirit Suppressor, Dragon Devourer, 8 Immortals, Heavenly Sun, Heavenly Snake. Each and every one of you is truly amazing. The little bug laughed and sighed. If it wasn't for you, Gu Shan probably wouldn't have succeeded in sealing the Yao clan. Fortunately, after countless years of waiting, I finally got what I wanted. Yes, it must be Lei Jinka and that Zichun who broke the rules and loosened the heaven and earth seal. Gu Shan, you definitely didn't expect that the 5 spirits demon seal you set up was broken from the inside just like that. The more the little bug spoke, the more excited it became. It seems that the Yao clan sons will soon reappear in the spirit realm. Very good. I've already controlled the number 1 person in the spirit realm. Next, I will use all my strength to open a path for you. Descend. Slaughter. The little bug's voice was maniacal. That means the Yao clan will descend soon? A voice sounded. The little bug said proudly, of course. Not only that, the descending Yao clan will also. The little bug's voice suddenly stopped. What else? The voice asked again. Impudent. How can you speak to my master in such a tone? Don't tell me you. The little bug's voice suddenly began to tremble because it realized that the connection between it and Zichun had been severed. It was like a string connecting you and me, and now that string had been severed. Zichun reached out and touched his neck, then grabbed the little bug and placed it in his palm to examine it. The little bug was trembling. Its tiny eyes were filled with fear, but more than that, it was filled with disbelief. How could this be? Lei Jinka was controlled by you? Zichun looked at the little bug. The little bug didn't speak, but its body trembled even more violently. Weren't you very proud before? Why are you scared now? You're so cowardly. It seems that Lei Jinka hid his cultivation for countless years not because he was cowardly, but because you, the initiator, were cowardly. Zichun shook his head. Spare me, Lord. Spare me. The little bug hurriedly bowed and begged for mercy and fear. It was now very certain that the soul control had failed. How much energy do you think I used to awaken you? It's fine if you're not grateful, but you want to control me as soon as you wake up. Zichun said. I'm afraid that's a little unreasonable. There was one more thing that Zichun didn't say. Wasn't he overestimating himself? The dark ghost soul devouring technique was known as the number 1 soul technique, and it specialized in devouring. If it was so easy to control, it would not have hidden in the world for so many years. Your Excellency, please spare my life. This lowly one deserves to die. This lowly one deserves to die. Little Worm hurriedly made a kowtowing motion. His voice sounded frightened and pitiful. Introduce yourself. Zichun remained unmoved. An existence that could control Lei Jinka for countless years. An existence that dared to attack Saint Zichun in 2 lifetimes. How could he be like this? It was just an illusion. Sir, this lowly one's name is Xiao Yao. I'm a little demon from the Yao clan. I hope that sir can let me go. Xiao Yao begged for mercy once more. Zichun shook his head and placed the little bug on the wooden table. If you don't tell me the truth, then there's nothing to talk about. Let me see if I can kill you. Zichun took out a saber. It was the flowing saber. The moment the flowing saber appeared, the entire treehouse shook. It was difficult to withstand this powerful aura. Seeing the flowing saber, Little Worm was even more frightened and could not help but scream. If you tell the truth, you can live. If you lie, you'll die. Zichun stared at Little Worm, his calm eyes gradually turning cold. You have 2 options. Choose one. Your Excellency, I'll tell you. This lowly one's name is Monster Refining King. I'm a member of the Yao clan. Zichun was no stranger to the Yao clan. This was because anything that was not human could be called a Yao. For example, the demon ape, sky-devouring wolf, flying tiger god, and even the ancient tree king Jono could be called a Yao. However, in the past, no one would treat the Yao clan as a separate clan. In this world, there were only 3 clans: God, demon, and spirit. However, Zichun clearly did not think so. When he chatted with Qi Yin previously, he told Zichun to be careful of the Yao clan. At that time, Zichun did not pay much attention to it. However, this time, this little worm called Demon Refinement King mentioned the Yao clan again. Zichun had no choice but to pay attention to it. This was because all Zichun saw in the other world were Yao clans. Meiji, Meiyin, King Gudun, and even the revered king were all Yao clans. Just now, Demon Refinement King said that the Yao clan was going to enter the world. Could it be that the other world was going to be connected to the Saint's spirit realm? Tell me. Zichun looked at Demon Refinement King and shook the flowing saber in his hand. Tell me everything you know. Back then, war broke out in the spirit realm. In order to protect themselves, the Yao clan had no choice but to fight. In the later stages of the war, Gu Shan suddenly appeared and used the 5 spirits to seal the entire Yao clan. Now that the 5 spirits demon sealing seal has reappeared, it is time for the Yao clan to reappear in the world. Demon Refinement King briefly described what happened back then. However, whether it was the truth or not remained to be seen. Is there a way to stop all of this? Zichun asked. What do you mean, my lord? I don't understand, Demon Refinement King asked in confusion. How do we reactivate the seal? Do we continue to seal the Yao clan? This time, Zichun spoke even more clearly. My lord, the Yao clan is already very pitiful. Back then, they were forced to participate in the war, but in the end, they were still sealed. Countless years have passed, and they are about to see the light of day again. Why are they being sealed again? Demon Refinement King said bitterly. I hope that my lord can give the Yao clan a way out. Zichun said coldly. Cut the crap. Just tell me what you can do. Otherwise, you will end up being cut in half. Between sealing the Yao clan again and splitting you in half, you can choose one. Demon Refinement King gave Zichun a cruel and innocent look before saying, There's no other way. Unless Gu Shan appears again, no one in the world can seal the Yao clan that is about to reappear. What was Gu Shan's realm back then? The first person. I know he was the first person. I want to know what realm he was in. His realm is the first person. What realm is that? I'm not sure. Perhaps I'll know after becoming the first person. What kind of answer is that? What about the second person? There's no such realm. I really didn't lie to you, my lord. The first person belongs to an independent realm. Back then, only Gu Shan could reach it. If that's the case, why didn't Gu Shan seal you when he sealed the Yao clan back then? Because I didn't participate in the war back then. Seeing Zichun raise the flowing blade, Demon Refinement King said again, It's because when Gu Shan sealed the Yao clan back then, there was a requirement for the realm. All the Yao clan above the Holy Spirit realm were sealed. And because I had a special method, I forcefully dispersed my realm and was able to survive in the spirit realm. Zichun's eyes were cold. So for countless years, you have been thinking of a way to let the Yao clan reappear? Chapter 48:14. Zichun was very good at flattering. Perhaps this was the main reason why he was able to live until now. However, Zichun didn't believe everything he said. What are the origins of the sealed 5 spirits? Zichun still had questions. Sir, I'm not too sure. They existed a long time ago. However, I once heard a rumor that the 5 spirits coexist with the heavens and earth, so they are very extraordinary. That is why Gu Shan used them to seal the demonic beasts. Zichun glanced at the flowing blade. Do you know it? Monster Refining King hurriedly nodded. I do. It was Gu Shan's weapon back then. Zichun nodded. Since you know it, then tell me some information that can save your life. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Does the information from before not count? Do you think it counts? Seeing the smile on Zichun's face, the Monster Transmutation King thought about it seriously and said, Sir, I remember now. The 5 spirits all have their own methods, and those fruits have great uses as well. After refining them, they are equivalent to extraordinary weapons and magic treasures. Also, it has a certain suppressive effect on the devil race. Zichun stood up and put away the Demon King. Actually, Zichun really wanted to put it in the Zichun Palace. Unfortunately, after his revival, he couldn't sense where the palace went. It was said that when the sacred sovereign Zichun left, the palace Zichun went with him. After putting away the Demon King, Zichun went to find Chung Ho. Chung Ho was telling the ancient sacred sovereigns about the changes in the lightning tree. Seeing Zichun appear, everyone turned to look at him. "It's the devil race," Zichun said. "Devil race?" The ancient sacred sovereigns were all confused. The devil race in the world wasn't even a single race. "That's right, it's the devil race. Back then, Gu Shan sealed the entire devil race." Zichun told everyone what he knew. Everyone's expression became dignified. If it was really as Zichun had guessed, and another world was about to appear in this world, it would be troublesome. There were quite a number of demons in the other world. If they were to lose control in this world, it would be a complete disaster. Those mentally challenged existences were always thinking of coming out. At this moment, Zichun seemed to understand what the Lord meant when he said that he was in trouble. If many demons really came in the future, compared to Lei Jinke, the latter was indeed a small problem. Thus, everyone decided to go to Zhenling's place to take a look. After all these years, they had never heard of Lei Shu's name. Zichun once again used his spirit core to bring everyone to the side of the spirit suppressor. At this moment, there were many people around, trying to get some benefits from the spirit guardian. "Haha, I got it." A heavenly sovereign obtained a fruit and laughed out loud, seemingly very pleased with himself. At this moment, another person suddenly stepped forward, obviously wanting to snatch it. The two of them broke out into a great battle. Similar things had been happening all the time. Some people were fighting for the fruit, while others were fighting for the thunder leaf. Back then, the spirit guardian treated these things as his life. Right now, it was setting up one test after another. Anyone who passed the test would receive a corresponding reward. Some were fruits, some were thunder leaf. How did it become like this? Han Nu muttered in disbelief. "This is our mission." The spirit guardian said. "Mission? Is it Gu Shan's idea?" Zichun asked. "I can't remember clearly, but it seems so." Back then, Gu Shan used the 5 spirits to seal the devil race. Perhaps he had expected this day to come, so he had given them an explanation. Zichun guessed that this was to strengthen the spirit race again, so that they could resist the invasion of the devil race in the future. If that was the case, he had to admit that Gu Shan had put in a lot of effort. However, could the current spirit realm really fight against the devil race? If even gods and devils could not stop them, it would be even more impossible to stop the devil race. Perhaps Gu Shan could not have predicted that the current spirit race would become like this. How much influence did Lei Jinke have on the spirit race? The group left the spirit guardian and went to the place where the sky snake was. This time, Zichun did not get close. Instead, he watched from afar. There were many people here. They were trying to get close and find a way to get a sky snake vine. The entire sky snake was made up of countless sky snake vines. They were constantly wriggling and looked like real sky snakes. Those spirit race people who approached would be attacked by the sky snake outside. Sometimes, they could hear the sound of the sky snake vine whipping them. Many people were injured and sent flying. Although the attack was very strong, it was not fatal. At most, it would only cause serious injuries. After watching for a while, Zichun and his group left. During this time, he tried to communicate with the sky snake, but he did not succeed. The other party was not as easy to talk to as the spirit guardian. After that, they went to the place where the dragon devourer was. Those flowers were very strange. They were like an open trumpet. A part of the flower dew was sealed in it. It was said that it could help people break through. Of course, this kind of breakthrough was at most to become a Saint Venerable or to stabilize the strength of a Saint Venerable. For the people present, it was not very useful. They continued to go to the place where the 8 immortals were. Those gourds were all extraordinary. The patterns on them were also very exquisite. They were like magic treasures. Those who obtained them left in a hurry under the escort of the crowd. Those who did not obtain them continued to work hard. There were also those who had failed many times, and left with those who had obtained them. Han Nu looked at this scene and said, "With these things, the spirit race's battle strength can indeed increase a lot. However, there will be more deaths. Many people might hesitate to fight for the spirit race. However, if it was for their own resources, many people would dare to fight with their lives on the line." Han Nu could even foresee that the spirit realm would be chaotic in the future. Zichen finally went to the place where the heavenly sun fruit was. As soon as he arrived, he felt a blazing aura. There were many people who came here to try to obtain the heavenly sun fruit. After going back and forth, the group returned to the Tianwu world. Then, Zichun called the others over and told them about the situation outside. He told them to recover from their injuries as soon as possible and then go out to take a look. There were good things on those plants. For example, although the heavenly serpent was made up of countless small heavenly serpents, the quality of the small heavenly serpents was different. If they were fated, they might be able to obtain it. Everyone obviously did not know about the changes in the outside world. When they heard Zichen's words, they were all stunned. But soon, they became excited and expectant. Especially Monk. He had never complained about having too many treasures. Since there were so many good things in the world, the more the better. Just as Monk and the others left Zichen's Tianwu world, ripples appeared somewhere in the Saint Spirit realm. A gap appeared in the void, and a young man descended from the sky. Chapter 48:15. Hearing Zichen's explanation of the current situation, Tyrant and the others were very excited. Since it was a rare opportunity to seize the treasures, there was no need to continue staying here. The most important thing now was to seize the treasures. Everyone's injuries had basically recovered, and they could embark on the journey to seize the treasures. Li Haoqing and the others also left the Tianwu world and returned to the Holy Thunder Clan. Lei Zhenke was dead, and the Holy Thunder Clan had no backbone. They needed the elders to take charge of the situation. In addition, many people who had come at the beginning had returned. The Jella family had come with the strength of the entire family. It could be said that they had completely cut ties with the Holy Thunder Clan, so only Grace returned. She had to deal with the Jella family's business, and at the same time, she had to go to Leiyu to deal with some matters. After discussing with Zichun, Grace officially became the spokesperson of the Tianwu world. Because the Tianwu world would definitely be prosperous in the future, it was too hard for Jolina to rely on alone. Shang Ti returned to the Tianyin Peak to deal with matters, and Su Mingyao followed everyone to travel. Before leaving, Shang Ti went to find Zichun to talk about Lei Di. This time, they were frank, so Zichun didn't hide anything and told her about Lei Di's current situation. Shang Ti returned with disappointment and a little hope. She probably wouldn't return for a while, because Zichun rejected her suggestion to personally revive Lei Di. In a very short time, the main forces of the Tianwu world had all left. Even Luo Qishui and the others had left one after another. Many of the experts of the Lost Clan had also left. For a time, the originally deserted Tianwu continent became even more deserted. Zichun was still here and didn't go out. What he didn't know was that after a discussion, the major sacred clans had decided to use force to guard the 5 places of opportunity. If others wanted to come and look for opportunities, they would have to pay a certain fee. This was their usual style. They had used it countless times, and it was very effective every time. However, they didn't achieve the desired effect this time because the prestige of the major forces had long since been lost. Moreover, such a great opportunity was right in front of them, and it was free of charge. Why should the major forces gather around and collect fees? Thus, they began to rebel. These people were not the only ones fighting back. Even the 5 plants were fighting back against the various large factions. Anything that tried to get close was sent flying, and the plants were even stronger than before. This showed their absolute attitude. Even if the major forces successfully defended this place, they would not be able to gain anything in the future. Thus, after suffering great losses, they could only choose to give up. During this period of time, he attracted countless mockery. He walked out of the encampment with a smile on his face. He had finally broken through to the holy venerable realm in the post-war era. To others, this might not be a big deal, but to him and his family, this was something worth celebrating. Mo Yan's breakthrough was just around the corner, but Mo Yan already did not plan on waiting any longer. Mod and Mo Yan Dan's had broken through earlier than him. The two of them and Mo Zhangtian had been waiting for him for a long time, so he had to set off. Moreover, this time, the demon race left their last encampment. He did not know if there would be any danger, so he did not plan on letting Mo Yan take the risk. The 4 of them left together. In front of Emoijan, Emojangtian also lost some of his arrogance. After all, the reason why their people could return safely this time was greatly related to Emoijan's backup plan. Mod and Emoyen Danswell were also very grateful to Emoijan. After coming to this world, Emoijan tried his best not to kill the spirit race. Those who needed to rely on him also rarely attacked the spirit race because of this. Unknowingly, many of the spirit race were able to survive. Do you have a destination? Emoijan asked. Let's go to the Thunder Tree to take a look first. I heard that as long as you obtain the fruit, you can obtain the power of thunder. Regarding this defeat, Emojangtian had already accepted his fate. There had been too many unforeseen circumstances, but as long as there was a chance to deal with Zichun or the Thunder Clan, he was not willing to miss it. Not to mention whether he could truly kill Zichun after obtaining the fruit. At the very least, when he encountered Zichun again, the power of thunder in his body would be able to develop some resistance, right? Why did such a thunder tree appear? Because Emoijan had just broken through. He was called out before he could check up on any information. I'm not sure. Moreover, the spirit race has discussed this many times, but they still do not know what is going on. Emojangtian shook his head. No matter what the reason is, it's a good thing for us. At the very least, the spirit race's attention has been diverted. The appearance of those plants had indirectly helped the god race and the demon race. Otherwise, the two races might have been expelled already. A group of people have already left to investigate. It is said that although the spirit race is hostile, they are very restrained and did not act immediately, Emojangtian continued. I think it's not that they don't want to act, but that they don't want to miss this opportunity, Emoijan said faintly. Emoi said indifferently, because everyone has at least 5 chances to try. So if you miss a place, you can still rush to another place. By the time they arrived, there was already a sea of people here. There were cultivators approaching the Thunder Tree at every moment. The branches of the Thunder Tree moved, sending one existence after another flying. Some returned without success, while others took advantage of the opportunity to obtain the Thunder Leaf. There were also some who, after dodging the attacks, arrived in front of the Thunder Tree and plucked a fruit. But before they could take a second fruit, they would be sent flying by the branches. Emoijan and the others watched for a while and found that a few people had succeeded, but not a single person had succeeded in obtaining 2 fruits. However, some people had managed to obtain several pieces of the Thunder Leaf in one go. Many spirit race people in the surroundings noticed the 4 demons. As expected, hostility appeared in their eyes, but they controlled themselves and did not attack. Should we also try? Mod was eager to try. He was not afraid at all, even if there were many Saint Venerables here. It was rare to see Saint Venerables in the past, but recently, they had been able to see them frequently. Before they could try, there was a commotion behind them. Get lost. Emoijan first heard a loud shout, then saw a Saint Venerable fly out. A powerful ripple spread out, sending the people nearby flying. Emoijan saw a young man. His gaze was extremely cold. The source of the energy just now was him. Everyone looked at this unfamiliar young man in surprise. He had such means at such a young age. Where did he come from? You are courting death. Then, there was another angry shout. A Saint Venerable flew forward quickly, his Saint Venerable power surging. He was about to attack. The young man glanced at the other party, his eyes full of mockery. He did not seem to resist at all, but the moment the Saint Venerable approached, a huge beast shadow appeared behind him. It was a wolf. It opened its mouth and swallowed the Saint Venerable. Chapter 48:16. Such a scene stunned everyone present. Even Emoyi's trembling face had a look of astonishment. This was an existence that they had never seen before. To think that he would possess such extraordinary strength to kill a Saint Venerate without making a sound. Was this an expert that was secretly nurtured by some great family? The young man smacked his lips and said, "The taste is not bad." He actually swallowed it? This caused everyone's expression to change. Previously, everyone had thought that the mystic wolf was just a technique, and that the Saint Venerate had been brought to some space to be killed. I've always heard that the spirit race is a delicacy. The higher the cultivation level, the better the taste. Looks like those old fellows weren't lying. The young man rubbed his stomach gently, then looked around. Is there anyone else coming up? Speaking of which, I've only eaten one. It's a little unsatisfying. Right now, I'm in a half-full state. The surrounding people retreated one after another. They did not know where this fellow came from. The other party kept saying that the spirit race was a delicacy. Could he be a demon? The demon was a man-eater. Of course, the other party was not a demon. Mo Zhengtian could clearly sense that the other party's aura was completely different from that of the demon. Earlier, the other party had displayed an unusual aura. No more? How disappointing. I gave you a chance to be a hero and save a damsel in distress, but you didn't even want it. The young man walked forward and came before a female Saint Venerate. However, the latter's anger had long turned into shock. Little lady, you should agree to be my companion now, right? The other party said with a smile. Don't worry. As long as you follow me from now on, you will enjoy endless cultivation resources. If you serve this young master well, you might even be rewarded. The few people who had followed the female Saint Venerate here were furious, but they did not dare to say anything. The female Saint Venerate was terrified, but she still shook her head. The young man's face turned cold. Are you trying to be shameless when I give you face? Losing his patience, he reached out and grabbed the female Saint Venerate's hair, then dragged her forward. I'll go take care of business first. I'll treat you well later. In broad daylight, he was snatching a Saint Venerate? In the distance, Emoe trembled and frowned. Where did this fellow come from? Mo Zhengtian said with a serious expression, I'm not sure, but he's definitely not from the demon race. As he spoke, he looked at the surrounding spiritual clan members with disdain in his eyes. In front of so many people, someone was dragging a spiritual clan Saint Venerate, but none of them dared to say anything. How could such a spirit race have a future? At the same time, he was somewhat resentful. If it weren't for Zichun, the spirit realm would have been taken over by them long ago. The young man dragged the female Holy Venerate forward. It was not that the female Holy Venerate did not struggle, but that her Holy Venerate power was forcibly suppressed, so she looked like she was at the mercy of others. The young man came in front of the thunder tree and said loudly, I don't like these things. Give me a sword. I know you have condensed one. Give it to me now. Lei Shu did not respond. I know you're called Spirit Guardian. There's no need to play dead in front of me. Now, give me the thunder sword, the young man said again. The others looked at this scene in shock. This was the first time they knew the real name of the thunder tree. Don't play dumb in front of me. When yours truly came here, I already knew about your background. Now, I only want the sword. The young man stretched out his other hand, his attitude aggressive. You're not qualified, Spirit Guardian finally spoke up. The young man's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Qualified? You say I'm not qualified? Haha, do they have the qualifications? Let me tell you, I'm here to take the sword first, and then I'll take everyone here as my servants. From today onwards, this place is not called the spirit realm, but the demon realm, because the masters have returned. An uproar broke out in the surroundings. After the god, demon, and spirit races, another race had appeared. The other party's ambition was obviously bigger, and they directly said that they wanted to take over this realm. As he spoke, the young man stuck out his tongue and licked the female Holy Venerate's cheek. And such a person will be our plaything. The female Holy Venerate shivered. Everyone was angry, but they did not dare to say anything. For this existence to be able to suppress a Holy Venerate so easily, the strength he displayed was simply too extraordinary. Mo Zhengtian and the others watched from the back, not daring to act rashly. This time, they were only here to take a look. It would be good if they could get some benefits, but even if they could not, it did not matter. Moreover, the appearance of the demon race was a huge piece of information that needed to be sent back. The young man looked at Spirit Guardian again. Now, I'm qualified, right? Spirit Guardian still did not agree immediately. The young man laughed. Then I'll eat all the men here. He dragged the female Holy Venerate and stood there without moving. Behind him, several huge wolf shadows appeared. The wolf shadows rushed in all directions and began to devour the people they saw. When the other spirit race people saw this, they immediately used their protective energy and began to retreat, not daring to fight back. When one person retreated, everyone else retreated. Countless spirit race people were chased by the wolves. This is the spirit race. Emo Zhengtian laughed mockingly. Let's retreat quickly and find a chance to fight back. It's not worth losing to this group of people. Right at this moment, a ray of sword chi suddenly approached from afar, passing through the crowd and landing on the wolf shadow. The wolf shadow opened its bloody mouth, and its body twisted a few times in the void before dispersing. Such a scene caused everyone to turn around and look in the direction of the sword chi. Several people came from afar. They were all women, and each of them was unparalleled in beauty. Each of them had a different temperament. Everyone's eyes lit up at the sight of so many beautiful women appearing at once. This included the young man. Although the female holy venerate in his hand was also very beautiful, she was still inferior to these people. It's them. When Emoijan saw the people who came, she recognized them. They were people from Zichen's world. It was said that several of them were Zichen's close female friends. She did not expect them to also come and choose to attack. What a busybody. Are all the people in the Tianwu world like this? Emo Zhengtian was very dissatisfied. It seemed that the people in the Tianwu world liked to meddle in other people's business. The person who attacked was Wang Xian'er. Her sword from afar had resolved everyone's crisis. The other wolf shadows were kept by the young man. He stared at the people who came and laughed sinisterly. Beauties from the spirit race, are you guys planning to serve me together? Wang Xian'er glanced at the young man and said, Demon race. The young man's gaze changed. You actually know us. It seems like you are prepared. I just don't know how your skills are. Wang Xian'er's beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. Either get lost or die. Then I choose to die. The young man threw away the female holy venerate in his hand and rushed towards Wang Xian'er. Today, I, Wolf Peak, choose to die. Su Mingyao and the rest stopped. Only Wang Xian'er continued to move forward. Obviously, they did not intend to use their advantage in numbers to fight. Buzz. Chapter 48:17. The sharp sword chi sliced through the void with ear-piercing whistling sounds. Wang Xian'er did not use any weapon. She only used her energy to condense the sword chi, but it was still terrifying. The young man dashed forward and dodged the sword chi. However, there were too many sword chi, and he could not dodge all of them. He shouted angrily and slapped forward. Light swirled in his palm, and a sword chi was shattered by his palm. Su Mingyao and the rest watched the battle from behind. Yiqian took out a crystal ball and started to replicate the battle. Their understanding of the demon clan was limited to what Zichun had told them and the few fights they had in the alternate world. Therefore, not only did they have to watch the battle, but they also had to send news of the battle back for Zichun to see. To be honest, they did not expect the demon clan to appear so soon. Perhaps Zichun did not expect it either. Wang Xian'er stood on the spot and watched the demon clan jumping up and down while shattering the sword chi. She took a step forward, and the void seemed to be unable to withstand her power. It distorted a few times, and more sword chi appeared around her. In the blink of an eye, there were 100 sword chi. The sword chi was still increasing, and soon, there were close to 1,000 sword chi. When the young man saw this, his eyes gradually turned violent. Swoosh, swoosh. Countless air-rending sounds were heard, and thousands of terrifying sword chi shot forward. Previously in Zichen's Tianwu world, Wang Xian'er had to face many sacred venerables. She did not have the chance to fight alone. However, she was still able to kill a few sacred venerables. It was evident that she had extraordinary combat strength. In the Saint Spirit world, Wang Xian'er might not be famous. However, in the Holy Sword domain, Wang Xian'er was very famous. She was the most proud disciple of the Holy Sword domain's master, and also his last disciple. Back then, there was a rumor in the Holy Sword domain that the master of the Holy Sword domain wanted to save face for Lady from the Holy Thunder clan. However, Wang Xian'er caught up with him. She challenged those of a higher level and won every battle. If not for the fact that she did not travel outside, and that the Holy Sword domain had hidden her like a treasure, she would have been famous in the saint spirit world. Today, she seemed to be able to handle a one-on-one fight against a demon with ease. You are courting death. Seeing that there was no way to dodge the sword chi, the young man was finally enraged. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. The young man's figure disappeared, and a green wolf appeared on the field. Its body was huge, like a huge mountain, and the aura that surged around it was completely different from before. It was an aura that most people had never felt before. It was completely different from the various powers in the world. It was demonic energy, a new kind of power. Thousands of sword chis were nothing in front of the green wolf. It didn't even need to dodge. Its huge body directly charged towards the sword chis. Bang, bang, bang. Sword chi began to explode on a large scale, bringing with it a world-shaking explosion. Wounds appeared on the green wolf's body, but those wounds quickly healed. When the others saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock. Not only did this green wolf display a powerful physical body, but its healing speed was also astonishing. In the blink of an eye, Green Wolf was in front of Wang Xian. Bitch, I want you dead. Green Wolf spoke in human language. It raised its paw and slammed it towards Wang Xian's head. It was like a mountain pressing down. Everyone nearby could feel the suffocating pressure. In front of the huge green wolf, Wang Xian was extremely small. Once she was hit, her beautiful face would be unrecognizable in an instant. Wang Xian's eyes were still bright and clear. Facing this attack, she didn't show any fear. A ray of light appeared beside her. The immortal sword that she had never used before appeared in her hand. A ray of sword light appeared, starting from Wang Xian and ending from the green wolf. Wang. The void started to vibrate, and a ray of sword light shot up into the sky. Following that, a blood-curdling scream was heard. As demonic blood splattered all over the sky, the green wolf transformed into a bolt of lightning and fled frantically. It left one of its front paws as the price. Under the shocked gazes of the others, Wang Xian's slender finger pointed lightly. The immortal sword flew forward like a ray of rainbow light. It was far faster than the green wolf's fleeing speed, and it swept past its body. Blood splattered everywhere. With a bloody hole in its head, the green wolf disappeared from everyone's sight. The surroundings were silent. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. If their senses weren't wrong, the last sword would have pierced through the green wolf's head. Such a terrifying injury would have killed anyone else. However, not only did the green wolf not die, it actually escaped. Is this the demonic race? How can their vitality be so strong? The immortal sword flew back and disappeared from Wang Xian's side. Everyone looked at this floating fairy-like woman in shock. Wang Xian waved her hand. The sky full of blood rain, and the wolf's paw appeared in front of her. Yiqian walked over with the crystal ball. Wang Xian looked at the silent crowd and asked, "Is there anyone from the Holy Thunder Clan?" Her voice was light and charming. Her smile could suppress hundreds of flowers. It was a stark contrast from the cold look she had when she was fighting the demonic race experts. A sacred venerable walked out and cupped his fists at Wang Xian. "I'm from the Holy Thunder Clan. What can I do for you? Please help me send these things to the Tianwu world and hand them to Zichan personally." Wang Xian and the rest had just left the Tianwu world. Of course, they weren't willing to go back so quickly. They could only ask the other sacred venerables for help. The other party didn't reject and gladly agreed. Now, everyone in the Holy Thunder Clan knew that Zichan was the most powerful person in the Holy Thunder Clan. Moreover, the sacred venerables knew that the Holy Thunder Clan wanted Zichan to return recently. After all, with Zichan in charge, it was a great deterrent to all forces. Su Mingyao and the rest approached the spirit guardian and looked at the lightning tree curiously. Before it appeared, Zichun had already seen it. The lightning seed that Zichun used as a trump card came from it. Just as they approached, the spirit suppressor began to sway, and different fruits began to fall. The fruits were divided into two and landed in the hands of several people. There was an uproar at the back. Until now, no one had been able to get two fruits. Even if they came twice, they still couldn't get one. It seemed that one fruit was the limit. But today, these people didn't go through any tests, but each of them got two fruits. It would be a lie to say that they weren't envious. Su Mingyao's expression changed slightly when she sensed the energy fluctuations in the fruits. This was because it seemed to be something that was specially made for her. It was very helpful to her. Just by sensing it, her soul power fluctuated. Wang Xian and the rest also had the most intuitive feeling. Different fruits had different abilities. The two fruits in front of Wang Xian were like two energy bodies filled with sword will. She put away the fruits and thanked the spirit guardian in front of her. At this moment, a sword will appeared in front of her. A sword light flew from the front and stopped beside Wang Xian. It was a wooden sword with lightning flashing on its surface. Exclamations came from behind again. If they weren't wrong, this should be what the demons wanted. They didn't expect the spirit guardian lightning tree to take it out of its own accord. Wang Xian was stunned at first. She didn't expect to get such a reward. Then, she took it with both hands and kept it with a smile.